What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. Welcome back. And I want to first begin by saying thank you to everyone who was a part of our stream on Jedi Africa yesterday. I also want to say to Allison Bleb, I did check the Amazon page for the what did you tell me? You said for the Pan-African flag. Did not see it, but I just wanted you to know I followed up on it. Also to Anjane 23. I don't know who's here yet, but this is just for anybody that, when they see this or whenever. I did not make my cardiology appointment because we were on for late, and I didn't get to sleep until the morning. Like, I was up all night, and then it was like 8 o'clock in the morning, and I finally took a sleeping pill. In fact, I texted Shiro and said, we'll speak, but I'm taking a sleeping pill right now. I haven't slept all night, blah, blah, blah. So no, the answer is no, I did not. So I'm a bad patient. What else? It's 103. Let me make sure that's not a lie. Okay, so right now it's 98, but it's 103. I don't care. It's been 103 the last several days, and I believe it's 103 today. Let me check my own sound. See if I can hear me. Testing one. Testing one. Testing one. Okay. If I can hear me, you could hear me. I remind you also that you all can bring any topics or issues during our live events. Even if I don't like the way I'm showing up on the monitor. But what I'm bringing today, part of it is things that I didn't get to in our previous streams. And the first topic, Sweet Akibalon Violet, my angel, I got a text at midnight last night, and I looked at the link that she sent me, and I really don't want to talk about this because I'm emotionally and physically drained. I have a lot on my mind too, everybody. It seems like a long way out, and it's been years since I've been planning and fighting to try to make this trip to Africa. I'm consumed by that, and there's so many details that I need to make sure that I cross every T and dot every I. So I'm angst over the details, but I'm also very anxious. I'm excited. I want to go today. I exist in a nebula of four spaces, really. I exist in America, but I don't. I exist in Africa. And then I always tell you that I live for the afterlife. So I'm in between, like, the barzakh. I'm in I'm in this life, but I'm always um, conscious of, the end, for lack of a better word. Um, and then, um, I'm mostly alone, even through my life, even growing up with as many siblings as I have. I always, I really did kind of feel alone. It's a house full of kids, but I don't know. I kind of exist in my own orbit most of the time, and there's times that I'm more cognizant of that, or that it weighs on me more than other times. Um, and I think this is one of those chapters, when you add everything else that I just articulated for you, it's like all those things converging at one time. And my life is also filled with disappointment, and in regard to, there's so many things that I have in my heart and in my soul that I really mean, and I don't have the ability to realize those things for myself. Many of those things concern us as a people, a great many of it. A lot of it's personal, but but even that's personal, even though it concerns us as a group, as a culture, as a people. That's very personal for me. Why I even exist in front of you now, or even on YouTube or social media, is because of the passion that burns in me. I'm really serious about the plight of our people, our history, our current goings on, all the things that I want for our future. I'm frustrated so much by our lack of movement. I can't change the consciousness of my people in great mass. You know, Knowing that you have viable answers to a problem and not being able to put that into play is just, it's confounding in a way that I can't even tell you. It's so consuming for me because it's my entire identity. It's why I live. I'm not interested in anything else. I don't have any real hobbies to speak of. Music served me a great deal through my life. It still does, to a great degree, but certainly when I was playing music and singing and performing, um, that filled in the empty spaces. It was an aside to everything else that is so foremost in my spirit, in my intention, and in my soul. And now I've come to a place, being in between worlds again, where I can't really invest myself in anything completely here in America because I'm not going to be here. Yet I'm still pulled by its gravitational pull, you know. It's still, I war with myself of what will my identity be in regard to my passion. I know they won't go away, but how will they morph, or how will they um, re reassign their energies, and what, because I can't, I never dreamed myself just living, I dream of myself living a peaceful life, but I never dream of myself just forgetting, just letting it all go. I can only do that to a point, because it's still there. It's still so present and so Um, it's so important to me, you know. And my greatest fear, frustration, and failure is that I will leave this earth and I will not have seen the needle move for us. I think constantly about my grandmother. I think about all the great ancestors that I am possessed by, who I carry their spirit. I really do. And that wasn't a proclamation from me, that was a revelation and a finding out over time. You know, my father, Rahim of Allah, my father and I, you know, many years before he passed, we used to pull all-nighters at my, he stayed with my second to the oldest sister. And um, if I went there, then I would just hibernate in his room with him. I'd make a pallet on the floor. We'd eat in the room. You know, if we had dinner, we'd just bring our plates into the room and we would just be in the room. And if he came to my house, then we would just kind of hibernate. But we were always listening a lot of times to lectures from Louis Farrakhan. We would listen to lectures from Malcolm X, but particularly the ones from Malcolm X, because I would hear Malcolm X say things that I have said or already was articulating conversations to people, didn't know he had said it. And my frustration began to grow over time. And certainly by the time you met me in 2014, I was at a full crescendo because that's when the revelation was complete. I realized then very clearly the only way that this could be possible, and the frustration was coming from the fact that Malcolm and I were saying the same things in different decades, but that it was still relevant. That his words, his thoughts, and his intentions, and the state of our people at the time that he spoke was exactly the state of our people at the time that I'm speaking. Our passions are the same. This is why I call him my king, because I really relate to him. I know from whence his passion comes. I felt even his fear, that angst that you feel of being under threat. You know, I was able to physically feel that. Like, I know the day that he walked out to that dais, to the podium on the day of his murder, I know what it feels like to, you can't fight for life anymore. It's over. And I've had situations in my life, like many years ago, I was living in Maryland, and I know where I got it because I'm very good with handling food and being careful, especially when I handle like chicken and raw meat and stuff like that. But somehow I didn't do a good job this particular time. And so the next day I was violently ill. I couldn't hold the diarrhea. Like, I just couldn't hold it. And by the time I showed up at Laurel Regional Hospital in Maryland, I lost count after 8 IV bags because I was so dehydrated, and I felt like death was really upon me. And why I'm sharing it in relation to what I just said about Malcolm is because I felt in that moment that surrender of, it's nothing I can do. All your life you live, you want to drive careful, you be careful. Ooh, don't do that. You could kill yourself. Be careful. We have a vigilance that we carry, that we articulate through every day of life without being paranoid, but it's a self-protection that we all are aware of if we think about it. But there is that moment, if you have an opportunity to experience it, as I did, where it just comes as a surrender. You just, whatever happens, whatever, I can't. And I know he felt that. And I go back to even Dr. King. I feel literally the physical of it when he gives that mountaintop speech. He spoke for 45 minutes in the church that evening. And I know how he felt. Wallahi, uqsu wallahi al-azim. I'm telling you, I know. When he said to the crowd, that last cadence of the speech, when he says, I'd like anyone, I'd like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not worried about that now. I just want to do God's will. And he has allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen, every time I get stuck on that when I hear that speech, because I know Allah has allowed me to feel what he felt. He was holding back tears. Nobody's ever said this, but I know it to be true in my soul. He was holding back tears of sorrow, fear, and surrender. So when he gets to the end and he's saying, so I'm not fearing anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He wasn't even done, but he was too full and his tears would have fallen. So he turns away from the mic. And you see Ralph Abernathy and all them really embrace him. He was weak in the legs. And I've experienced that because when my grandmother passed away, when I went to her wake and I walked into the chapel, it's the first and only time in my life where my legs did not work. I could not, my legs didn't work. They did not work. I literally had to be held up. There was a family friend of ours, Larry Butler, and my brother. He's not the next sibling, but he's the next boy over me. I couldn't walk. I've never been that devastated in my life where it's all over. You can't, there's nothing to live for. Nothing will console me. Nothing matters. I can't breathe. I can't do anything. I'm just done. It's too much. It's too much. But I'm also someone who is so connected to the universe, and I live my life in contemplation of my place and energy in it. I am necessarily a unique human being. And part of the loneliness that I spoke of comes from that uniquity. I don't really connect fully with other human beings. And I want to so desperately, you know. You want to connect. And I'm very good at being empathetic, and I can really understand you. I'm a very good listener, and I hear well. I'm very good at that. Allahu Akbar. And I think it's one of the reasons why I seek intimacy from humanity, from my people, an intimacy that is and I think that intimacy is the closest thing to real humanity. To give you an example of what I'm talking about, this intimacy. One example of several that I could give you would be the Million Man March. You know, I was there with one of my buddies, um, Franklin. What's up, Franklin? Wherever you're at in the world. And my brother that I spoke of earlier. We all went to the National Mall that day. But the intimacy amongst the brothers fed my soul. It fed everything that I'm trying to describe to you about myself right now. It fed all of that. There was a oneness. There was an intimacy, a unity, a familiarity, a family, a closeness, a oneness that equalized my energy. Like, this is what settles the soul. Because righteousness is one of the things that you must have in order to seat and settle the spirit. I know that to be true. So I don't understand people who pursue unrighteousness or you know, you're not truthful, you're not honest. I don't. You can't. Your soul can't be well, because there's a requisite for everything, and this is one of the requisites I identify as one of the seatings of the soul, the spirit, the contentment of the being. You know, how we interacted with each other out there that day. You couldn't film it. You couldn't watch it. You had to live it. You had to be there. Anyone who was there will tell you this, because they had to have felt it. You know, even me and all of my uniquity can't be the only one that felt this. You know, it was the way that I know African people as a whole, but certainly black men. This is how we're supposed to be. Everything was all good. Every brother was looking out for his brother. Everybody was doing it. We were packed. So if you just stepped on a brother, you brushed a brother, it was you were out apologizing at each other. Even our physical contact, you know, we're very don't touch me, back, don't, and none of that was in play. A lot of brothers had our arms around each other in brotherhood. Like, when you're children, you do that. You do that. But we, of all the many things we've been robbed of, this is part of it, you know? The last thing I think I'll say about it is, back when my disastrous sister, when we were preparing to try to go to Nigeria together, that first guy that turned out to be a disaster and ruined our relationship and all of it, that she allowed to ruin our relationship, just so the facts are accurate. There was a video she sent me one time because she was so over the moon of this dude. If he just farted, it was the cutest thing, and she needed to share it, and it made me vomit. But I mention it because one of the videos she sent me was this brother with some of his brothers, and there they were in the back of some car. Somebody was filming, and they were on the back seat, but they were piled in like little kids. I mentioned this to my sister at the time. I told her my reaction to the video, and that was one of the things that I loved and that I was touched by with the video, was that they were like, it wasn't, and I said this to her, it was like, you know, we wouldn't do that here. You know, brothers, you can't sit on another brother's lap, you can't be on a leg, you can't, you know, but there they were, and just as silly and everything, and that's how children are. And one of the things that also frustrates me about humanity in general, but certainly us as African people, and adults is how we lose, like, I'm still the same human being that my mama pushed out. I'm still that person. Nothing changed but the time and the day. That's it. I'm still that same person. So why have we been given this fiction, I see it, that we have to put away our childish things in order to be seen as an adult? Says who? Because I was once a child. And why am I not still that? Why? Why? Why am I not? Why? Why? It's one of the reasons why I never had an issue when they would try to make such a dust up and a brouhaha about Michael Jackson. You know, forget that he didn't have a childhood and all that stuff. Throw that out. It doesn't even matter. The fact of the matter is that we should never lose our childlike manners. You know? We don't need to lose that. That's part of all of you. It's part of all of you. All of you. And that also, I believe, dissettles the spirit, the soul, and the being by having to shed what isn't sheddable, or what's not meant to be shed. You know, like, I'll just give you an example and then I'll try and move to our topic, but I need to say this to that point. You know, like, I'm not circumcised, and I love that, but my way of life, ordained by the divine, says I'm supposed to be circumcised. Well, my parents didn't circumcise me, and I don't think I'm doing it as an adult. But why? Why? I was born. Males are born. Why would Allah give me this if I don't need it? It's just, I have 10 fingers, 10 toes, 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, 2 ears, I have hair, So why would I be born with something that I didn't need? I don't understand that. Again, it goes to, why would I shed something that is part of me? So I was a child. I'm still a child. I'm just a more sophisticated child. That's all. I know more. That's the only thing that separates me from my 2-year-old self. I just know more. And I'm taller and bigger. I got a little hair on my face and my voice and these things, but I'm still that 2-year-old little stinker. I'm still him. He's just bigger now, that's all. Why do I need to change? I don't need to. I don't need to. And it is the natural calling of at least my soul to love childish things. This is why I love children so much, because that's my natural state. That was my first state. That's all of our first state. So children are being born every day, so you could see that. If everybody was an adult on the earth, then you would never see the reminder of you. I was 1-year-old one time. Oh, I used to crawl. Up. I used to bump my big watermelon head and stuff too. Look, you know, you're just evolving. You've not evolved. Life is a process of evolution, growth, forwardness, but it does not morph. It just continues to move. Like the moon and the sun. Through time they move. but they're still the same. And that is the same for humanity. I didn't know I was going to say any of that. I never know what I'm going to say. I never know what's on me. But I feel the energy that I've said what the universe wanted me to say just now. I've said it. So, our first topic is only worthy of mentioning for me because of its detail, for lack of a better word. This actually happened last year, but apparently this kid's name is Derontae Martin. And I asked the question before I even began to African people everywhere who would hear me. Whether you have children or not, but certainly if you have children, why would you ever allow your children to hang out with white kids? Why? 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 You would never have a swimming pool in your backyard and let your kids go out there unsupervised if they're underage. You just wouldn't do it. Even if they're teenagers, it's a blizzard outside. They're going out in like shorts and a tank top. You go, no, take your ass in there, put a coat on. It's too cold. You can't. You would stop them. But the greatest threat, enemy, and murderer of our people, you're just allowing your children to befriend them. How? How? And in the case of this kid, his mother is who I want to indict in this piece. Because it's like saying there's a pit of snakes. We see them. The rattlesnakes. Now, who do we indict? And they're fenced in. It's all safe. Who do we indict if someone goes and jumps into that pit of rattlesnakes? Do we blame the snakes? Or do we say, you're an idiot? You're an idiot. These are poisonous snakes, and there you are. You're an idiot. You are. Because everybody knows rattlesnakes are poisonous. So that's what you get. And we would just go on and on about what an idiot they are. I can't believe you did that. I can't even. You're such an idiot. I can't even believe it. This is that. White people are so demonous, so poisonous, so murderous, so savage, so hateful. I can't believe you would allow your child to be around them. You're such an idiot. Wow. Could you believe she let her son? Could you believe she let her son? She did. She let her son go. She let her son go with white kids. Yeah, I know. I mean, you know. This is that. So for all of the white devilry and the collusion, there has to be a finger pointed at the dumb bitch for a mother who allowed this. Who allowed this. Now, First, we will see, I guess we'll see the Roland Martin piece first. And then we will come to an article. I think that's best. How much am I in the way? All right, I'll move it as we go if I need to. All right, this is the report. And again, this happened a year ago, but apparently now it's now getting some sort of elevation because he did this a day ago or something. And so it's new. But hear this now, because it's not just the issue of the murder of Derontae. I want you to also note that the mother is not on camera, and you need to listen very carefully to her tone, her choice of words, and all of that. But what's also maddening is then the panel after the fact. I don't need the whole panel, just one dude. Let's go.
2021.
Just a second.
All right, folks. This strange case out of Madison County, Missouri, on April 25th, 2021, black teen Derontae Martin was found dead in the attic of a white man's house with a gunshot wound to his head. The homeowner is a man named James Wade, who is said to be a known white supremacist. The local coroner quickly ruled his death a suicide. After months of his family's questions and the completion of a second autopsy, an impaneled jury concluded that Derontae's death was the result of violence, not suicide. It's been a year, and no one still has yet been held responsible for Derontae's death. The family wants the Department of Justice to get involved in finding out what happened to Derontae Martin. Katie Ryan is the chief of staff for Campaign Zero, and Erica Lotz is Derontae Martin's mother. They join us now to break down this quite disturbing story.
Just a second. I've told you this a million times. Why isn't the child's name the same as the mother? I'm really sick of that. I'm really sick of it. It's almost every case we cover, the child is named one thing and the parents are named something else. It's consistent. That's why I even pointed out, because I'm seeing it so much. It's a pattern. So her name is Erica Lotz. Her son is Derontae Martin. Not understanding.
Quite disturbing story. But first off, let me ask you this, Erica.
Yeah.
So, did Derontae?
By the way, no anger, no passion, no fury from Roland Martin in his whatever he's wearing.
Know this man, James Wade?
No, he did not know James Wade.
Okay, so
He's pulling teeth. She's not on camera. Your son has been murdered. You can't be on camera, bitch? Why? Why? I'm going to tell you why, but let's go on.
so Derontae doesn't know this guy. So, how in the world did Derontae end up in the guy's attic?
Derontae went to the house with a friend of his who lived there.
Derontae went to the house with a friend of his who lived there. So Roland shouldn't have to ask the next question, but he knows she's also playing dumb bitch. Because, well, that means that would be his father, or is that his uncle? Is that it? Come on. Derontae went to the house with a friend of his who lived there. Fake bitch. But let's go on.
Okay, so a friend of Derontae's lives at this house. Is Derontae's friend related to James Wade?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, said the bitch who will not be on camera, who doesn't share the same last name as her son. Go.
The exact relationship between
Um,
James Wade.
I'm not sure the exact relationship between him and James Wade.
Katie, do you know?
White Heifer, do you know?
Yeah, actually, so this is Roland. First of all, thank you so much for elevating this story.
Pleasantries, thank you for elevating the story. That's all fine. And this is still a demon. Let us be very clear. Let us not be seduced because she's up there on the right side and saying the right. That is still the enemy of all humanity and a problem for African people. Go.
It is exceptionally disturbing, and as you suggested earlier, we have far more questions than answers. So a lot of the questions that you're asking off the jump are quite a few of what we need answered. The real timeline of Derontae's death actually started last year, April.
I apologize that I hadn't had the sound up louder for you before now. Hopefully you heard it. My bad.
22nd, 2021, where in which was a day that Derontae actually had surgery on his hand. So he had a broken arm, had surgery. He was in a cast in his right arm, dominant hand, right hand to wrist, or hand to elbow rather. And 2 days later, we know that he went with a peer, a group of peers who.
Just a second. The pathetic mother says he was with a friend. White bitch just says he was with a peer, a group of peers. Huh? Language, everybody. Language. Language, language, language. I always tell you, you have to listen carefully to what people are saying, but also what language are they using to say it. This is very important. Now, she says a peer. A peer is a different categorization than a friend. A peer is a contemporary. There's another teenager. She's making the distinction. Consciously or subconsciously, she's making the distinction. These are not friends. They're peers. It's very important. It's very important. Let's go on.
Dominant hand, right? Hand to wrist, or hand to elbow rather. And 2 days later, we know that he went with a peer, a group of peers who took him to a party that was occurring at the.
Who took him? Language. Peers who took. The mother, friend he went with. Peers who took. Language.
Surgery. He was in a cast in his right arm, dominant hand, right hand to wrist, or hand to elbow rather. And 2 days later, we know that he went with a peer, a group of peers who took him to a party that was occurring at the home of James Wade. James Wade, as you said, is a known white supremacist. He's an individual who prominently hangs a Confederate flag from his front porch, has a Facebook profile riddled with racist jokes and memes. Derontae, as one would expect at a home of a white supremacist, was the only black individual at the party.
So I ask you again, dumb black bitch, why did you allow your child to be with any white children? This is the thumbnail that I used even, was there he was. He's darker than this do-rag. But there he was, canoodled up with two demons on either side of him. Recall that I brought you, it's here on the channel, I brought you a piece from Anderson Cooper and crew. They did a documentary. Different grade levels, different schools, different kids. Their topic was bullying. Who's bullying? And they found that all the bullying comes from these demon-ass white kids. I didn't need the documentary. I knew that already. I'd already been proclaiming it. I knew it. It's nothing. But you don't know it because you're still continuing to teach your children to love everybody, don't hate nobody. That's the very ingredient you need. That's the very ingredient. And you're just throwing that out. So the mother has responsibility here, 100%. So he's the only black kid. It's like the Lawrence Smith Field chick. Why are you going to see a white devil? Why? And then we see her brothers, and they look like Mandingos, but they're punk bitches. Nothing to see there. Nothing to see. And this is what we see all the time. There was another one. I think I pulled it. There was a lady in Forsyth County, Georgia, no less. 100% white. There her black ass is, canoodled up at some white gathering with white demons. She ends up dead. Face down in the yard. But we don't know what happened. Again, who do we indict? Because we already know what they are. We know it.
The party was, all the other attendees were white. That was on April the 24th. What we know to that point is then at 3 o'clock in the morning is when Derontae's body was found in the attic in sort of like a makeshift closet.
Pink bunny ears. No child of mine would get out past the threshold with that bullshit on. It matters. It matters in the overall scheme of everything. Also, the fact that he's overweight is telling. So, without his mother even showing her face, I know volumes about her already.
Of the home of James Wade.
Canoodled up.
And we have the 911 call that James Wade made very calmly to local police to say apparently a guy just shot himself in my attic. And in fact, we have the audio of that 911 call if you want it for anyone interested on our justicefordurante.com site.
Perfect. We'll hear the 911 call now. Perfect segue. Let me cue that. My lord, we have them. This is the 911 call of which she speaks. Just a second. Right now. Oh, audio. And we may as well also have the transcript whilst we are hearing it. Okay. This is the 911 call. I can't control the volume. Wait, yes I can. And then I quickly go over so you can see the transcript after I hit play. Play.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops that and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently a guy just shot himself.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
And is that where you are?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is he breathing at all?
Yeah. No.
Do you think he's beyond any help? Do you want to try CPR?
I somehow got in the back of my. They, okay.
Okay, you're cutting out.
Uh, hang on a second. Okay. I can't even get transferred. Steve. Hey.
Can you hear me?
See if he's breathing. Thank you, yes.
He is breathing?
He's gasping for air, they said.
How old is he, do you know?
How old is he, you think? Maybe 20, 19, 20, 21, somewhere like that.
Shot at?
In my head.
In the head?
Or you think I can't really see him, but they're
Is he alert at all? Is he conscious?
he don't look like it.
And when did this happen?
3 minutes ago.
You said 3 minutes ago?
No, you.
Okay, you're hard to hear again.
Anyway.
You're cutting out, sir. You're cutting out. I can't understand you.
Trying to find the spot where you bought it. Hello?
I can hear you now.
Oh, yeah. Right when I called you,
What was your name?
James Wade.
Can you hear me?
What is your name? What's your address? Do you have an ID? And what was all that? I mean, the 911 dispatcher sounded very lethargic and very, you decide. You heard it. That's not how they sound. Just waiting for him to speak, and they only asked him his name at the very end. You said somebody was shot at your house. Not, okay, we have ambulance and fire on the way. You said, so who was shot? Where was he shot? Do you have the person? Such and so. We did none of that. None of it. None of it.
cast in his right arm, dominant hand, right hand to wrist, or hand to elbow rather. And 2 days later, we know that he went with a peer, a group of peers who took him to a party that was occurring at the home of James Wade. James Wade, as you said, is a known white supremacist. He's an individual who, that is the timeline of his death. And then, of course, there is a series of subsequent happenings that make this case even more bizarre and have been barriers to accountability. Case even more bizarre.
Wait.
That is the timeline of interested on our justiceforderontae.com site.
The 911 call.
That is the timeline of his death. And then, of course, there is a series of subsequent happenings that make this case even more bizarre and have been barriers to accountability.
Was there any type of investigation by authorities?
Did you remember to get the bread from the store? You mean to tell me they put M&Ms in their cookies? It's that. This is a black man. This is it. This is the reaction.
Well, what we know is that after Derontae was found dead, no authorities contacted Ms. Lotz about her son's death. Within 24 hours of his killing, a coroner had already conducted an autopsy, embalmed his body without Ms. Lotz's permission.
White collusion, white allegiance, white evil. They all agree.
Ruled the death as suicide. Ms. Lotz only spoke to authorities,
including the dispatcher. It wasn't an emergency. I've never heard a 911 dispatcher sound anything like that. So that was white collusion. Coroner, in 5 seconds, already embalmed the body and done it all. Didn't call the family. That's white collusion. Go on.
Authorities, the local sheriff,
just a second.
2 days after Ms. Lotz's permission, ruled the death as suicide. Ms. Lotz only spoke to authorities, the local sheriff, 2 days after his death on her, because she initiated a phone call. She called and spoke with the sheriff, who said they could provide no information. She obviously knew her son very well and that a suicide was out of the question as a cause of death. She hired an independent pathologist to conduct a second autopsy. That independent pathologist showed that it, in fact, was inconsistent with suicide. Then a jury was impaneled. That jury determined the cause of death was violence. It was not suicide. That was supposed to spark a second investigation, moving from the sheriff and into the hands of the Missouri Highway.
So hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'm trying to, again, I'm following here. So, Katie and Erica, you're telling me that a jury was in panel. Was that a grand jury by the DA?
Yes. Yes.
That's
sir.
correct.
Okay. So the DA, so the DA impaneled a grand jury. The grand jury said it was violence.
Death by violence.
Has the DA So the DA hasn't indicted anybody?
No.
Roland, to this date, 0 arrests have been made in the case of Derontae Martin.
Okay. Hold on. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm confused. I'm still confused here. The DA impaneled a grand jury, correct?
Yes, of 6 members. It was
the grand jury came back and said death by violence, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. They told me that it was death by violence, and they pretty much are going to leave it as a suicide.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I'm again, I'm not a lawyer. I've covered enough cases, and I'm Katie. I'm absolutely confused here. When a DA impanels a grand jury, and the grand jury comes back and says death by violence, normally a DA indict somebody or somebody gets arrested. Are you saying the DA hasn't indicted anybody? This guy hasn't been arrested? Nobody's been arrested in a year?
No.
Yeah, so what's interesting about this case, and I think specifically, this is specific to Missouri state law, was that the jury was impaneled because of a coroner's inquest. That jury was essentially to review all of the interviews, review the outcomes of the autopsy, and then draw the conclusion if it was plausible that this was death by suicide or death by violence. Their determination that it was death by violence is what triggered then the case moving out of the sheriff's department and then being reassigned to the Missouri State Highway Patrol, which is the way that the investigatory bodies sort of begin to escalate in the state of Missouri. So the case moved to the Highway Patrol. The Highway Patrol, in theory, investigated. Ms. Lotz has been provided with very little information. All that we know is that the case has been closed, that they determined also it was suicide, that no arrests were made, and that there are no charges being brought against anyone.
Wow.
Wow.
So, Erica, that's it? That's just their whole deal is sorry?
Well,
Yes. They didn't even say sorry. I asked Sheriff Katie when I spoke to her.
now she's in
about,
tears.
Could you tell me what happened?
Now she's in tears. So, could you tell me what happened? But I'm coming to a point, so just indulge me.
And she told me she couldn't tell me anything. And I said, so the only thing you can tell me is I have a dead son. And she told me exactly.
There are multiple things happening in this.
Katie, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say there's just at every turn and with every sort of body of law enforcement that this case has moved through, there has been inconsistent work.
No, bitch. Everybody that this has moved through of law enforcement, there has been white collusion and white allegiance, white evil, white racism, white agreement. She's never going to say that. She knows it. Because that's a white bitch too, you see.
Put it lightly, there has been a complete lack of transparency about who is doing what.
And we accept the truth that she's saying. I would say we accept truth no matter what the source. We don't care. That does not matter. If it's the truth, we take it. But we can still indict.
And there has been, quite frankly, like a level of cruelty and callousness that Ms. Lotz has encountered. She has been told both by the sheriff and then by an officer within the Missouri Highway Patrol that the best thing for her to do was to accept the fact that her son committed suicide.
In other words, get over it. I cite for you. Kendrick Johnson, rahimahullah. When the black reporter goes to the sheriff, well, how come you won't investigate the case? Because I don't want to. Like, that's how much freedom he has and feels. But more importantly, the level of safety that he feels. Because I don't want to. Think about that. He's not saying that if we are out flattening his house. Flattening his house. You won't hear that. Roland Martin has a huge platform. He's not up there saying, we need to call, this is a call for action. It's time for physical resistance. It's time for revenge. Vengeance is ours. That you have yet yet another blatant case of fuck you. It ain't about justice. It's what we say. And there's no call to rise up and to go and take justice, to exact justice, what is right in the eyes of the divine. No call, just a dashiki and some fake gold rings and a surprised look. That's what we get. But wait, there's more.
Which makes no sense given the fact that, again, to revisit, he had just had surgery on his dominant hand. So he was in a full cast. He was at the home of a known white supremacist who, and Roland, this is going to blow your mind, this is the second individual at this man's property who has allegedly died by suicide. There was another man named Nicholas Lowry a few years prior whose body was found at James Wade's property, shot in the head, and the coroner ruled it a suicide as well. So we have a pattern of behavior here.
Not sure where the booking photo comes from since he wasn't arrested for this, so not understanding. But
was Nicholas black?
No, and it sort of, I think that makes the a little bit more interesting, the story a little more.
Oops. There he is with his gold rings and his smartwatch, and he just has it all. He just has it all.
I mean, here's the thing, Roland. We are really sort of like, we don't want this to be.
Wait.
We certainly would do our part to elevate this.
Wait.
Wade, and it just sort of goes years prior, whose body was found at James Wade's property, shot in the head, and the coroner ruled it a suicide as well. So we have a pattern of behavior here.
Was Nicholas black?
Let's show our smartwatch and our gold rings and our fucked up dashiki, but it's fine.
No, and it sort of, I think that makes the a little bit more interesting, the story a little more interesting. He had closer ties or relationships with James Wade, and it just sort of goes to show that there might be a level of comfortability of covering up crimes at this particular individual's house.
A level of comfortability is the word she used. Could have just said comfort, not understanding, but whatever. But the comfort level, they would just cover it up, because the niggers aren't going to rise up. They're not coming for us. They're not coming to flatten our house and the precinct. They don't do that. So it's fine. And Roland Martin will just shake his head. I never even saw a frown from him at all. Definitely no passion, no anger, no fury. Won't see that. Just a smartwatch, some gold rings, and a fucked up dashiki.
Well, I literally just astounded.
Oh, you can't see the white bitch, my bad.
Certainly keep us abreast, Erica and Katie, what happens. We
keep us abreast of what happens, because we got other shit we gonna do that don't mean shit to the culture, but just keep us abreast. Make sure you let us know. Make sure you call us and let us know and stuff. It's right up there. Like you're walking. You don't have no ride. You got 10 miles you gotta walk. These cars just in the driveway and shit. You know, and they say, well, make sure you call us when you get home. You know, call us if you know, let us know. Bitch, how about you give me a ride home? How about you do that? How about somebody start one of these cars and drive me? How about that? This is that. Okay, well, keep us abreast of what's going on, because we definitely don't do shit. So just make sure you let us know.
This. Let us know if there are going to be any public rallies or demonstrations or anything.
Rallies or demonstrations. that do absolutely not a fuck thing for the culture at all, doesn't get you any result, it's just a bunch of noise, and then they even insult you for even doing that. But that's fine. But let us know if it's gonna be any rallies and stuff, so we'll cover that. We'll cover it. We won't do shit, but we'll cover it.
Around this case, because it's certainly it's a lot of folk I got questions for.
Yes, sir.
Live folks, I got questions for. Not, I got a lot of folks I'm gonna put bullets in their ass. I got a lot of houses I gotta flatten. Nah, I got a lot of folks I got questions for. Questions. Because I'm a fake bitch. I don't do shit but eat. That's all I do. And I'm a fucked up Christian, so I definitely got no heart and no fight. So no heart of the lion is in me, but I got questions. That's the translation.
I'm telling you, I mean, here's the thing, Roland, we are really sort of like, we don't want this to be the case in which another black man in southern Missouri dies and we just accept what...
It already is. It already is. A white bitch is saying, we don't want this to be another case where people just accept. But you ain't got no black folks saying, don't worry, it ain't. Because we about to go out and handle everybody that was part of this shit. So they need to get some caskets ready. No tough talk. None at all. So, as I've said to you before, every time something happens, why do we talk about it? That's why I didn't want to do this. Why are we doing it? Why are we talking about it? Why? What's the value, I ask you now? What is the value of talking about it? What's the value? What's the value? What is it? He's wearing those fucked up rings because there's value. And that watch. What is the value of this? You see? Because like I always tell you, this is all we do. So the next Derontae, we've already got blood on our hands for that already. Because when you go out and smash their shit, you teach people how to treat you by what you allow. So we just talk about it. For what? What's the value? Just suffrage porn? What is it? What? What? What do we get? What? What? What are you willing to do? You, the individual watching and listening to me now. What are you willing to do? What? What? So there's no value. It's empty. If this was, let's see the details of this so we know where the fuck it happened, so we identify who the fuck we need to go and strike the fuck on, you feel me? Now, then there's value. There's no value. There's no value. There's no value. Take your used car to a car lot right now and say, I want to trade it in. It's got no tires on it. The engine is gone straight to hell. No seats are in it. There's no paint. It's rusted. They'll go, there's no value. We can't do anything with this. Why did you bring this to us? Why? We can't do anything with it. We can't resell it. There's be way too much to restore it. We can't do anything with it. This is not a trade-in. We can't help you. There's no value. There's no value. There's no value. It is a waste of time if we are not going to answer it. If we're not going to Missouri to James Wade's house and to flatten it and everybody in it, there is no value here. And worse, you have a mother who can't be seen by humanity, consciousness of guilt, and then the crocodile tears at the end meant nothing to me because she has to be indicted, as would any African person would need to be indicted. That in this day and age, after all that you've seen, even if you've been asleep up until maybe the last 3 years, 4 years, will allow you a complete coma before all of it. You didn't know anything at all. But certainly the last 3 or 4 years, and you're allowing your children to still hang out with white people, you have a liability. You've assumed a liability. You've assumed it. You assumed it by allowing your child to be amongst these white demons. You've assumed it. Goes back to the snake pit. Let's put that snake pit now on somebody's property that you were visiting. There's no judge in the land that's going to award you a claim of a lawsuit because you were bit by their snakes on their property. They'll say, no. They did their jurisprudence. They had them fenced in, and you knew those were rattlesnakes. You assumed the liability when you stepped your dumb ass into the fucking thing with the snakes. Next case. Judgment for the defendant. This is that. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Damn it. It's the same thing. I want to come to you for a moment and see what you're saying. I say to you again for the millionth time, everybody. First of all, I need everybody to thumbs up. We got at least 20-something people that need to thumbs up. I know you were just taken by the information and you didn't remember. But now, hit the like button, thumbs up. This is also why we're being murdered, because we can't do anything together. We can't. We can't. So I need everybody to thumbs up the stream. Thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. Cheryl Bryant, shout out to you, Queen. Present for class. Still got 7 people that need the thumbs up. Thumbs up. April Farrington, good to see you. It's been a minute. Melanie Ricks. I feel like it's been a minute for that too, for that name. Am I saying it right? Mamie Ricks. Mamie. Yeah, Mamie. Damn it, Mamie. What's up, Mamie? How you doing? Red Aquarian, a big shout out to you. And something, I needed to respond to for you, Red. I can't remember it now. I'll come to it, inshallah. You say, greetings, Jedi. I too am prayerful that your labor is not in vain. I thank you for that, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Black Beauty, a big shout out to you, Queen. Bay Girl, I understand your problem with not being able to connect with other human beings. For example, you have to speak in a different tone when you address Uncle. Yep. Anybody, you feel me? Mostly. It's very draining. Frankie Cardona, what's up, my brother? Ride or die. Ride or die, goddamn. Sweet D, Big shout out to you, and blessings be upon you as well, Queen. I still need you guys to thumbs up, everybody. I'm sitting in front of you. I asked you to thumbs up. So thumbs up the stream. If you're not serious, then please go away. Please. Because you are part of the burden upon myself and our community. So just go away. I'm not the only dude on YouTube. Take your shit. You understand? I want cooperation here. I preach unity. So I'm not going to sit here and have disunity in my face. So thumbs up the stream or go the fuck away. Do it. It's that easy. 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 Faces of LA, that's a new name. Method Man on Meth. Is he? Wait, Method Man and Red Man, I get them mixed up. Method Man. Allison Bleb, shout out to you. I hope you heard what I said to you earlier. If you're not circumcised, you have access to your fully brain. You know that's a hideous comment, Allison. You did not proofread, and I'm going to stab you for that. You know not to bring that to this throne. But I take your point. But proofread. Anjane 23. Big shout out to you. Cheryl to Anjane. Allison. Oh my God, I thought he was wearing a dress. Ready for church. And, you know, God love him. Roland is known for this, though. Like, hideous fashion choices, you know. And why I don't really mean it so much, my indictment on him, is because he really does strike me as someone who his woman dresses him. Like his wife bought it and you wear this, and you know, and I see brothers like that, you know, of a certain age and things like that. You know, your woman definitely picked that shit up for you, and you just wearing it because she bought it. You know, I mean, you know, he's still some bullshit though. That's not a contradiction. Bay Girl, shout out to you. If you were the president of the United States, what would you do to stop the non-stop mass shooting? Well, first, I would, white people would not be allowed to have guns. That's first. If I don't cart them off to an island, if I'm president, you see, because my whole agenda would be a black agenda, you know. So we don't mass shoot. So you either take their guns or get rid of them, or both. It's an easy answer. Sweet D, he sounds so matter-of-fact about it. I know, that's the thing that was so striking about it. Red Aquarian, dude is straight line on that 911 call. Yeah, they were probably looking at the body then. And you heard the white bitch in the background yell, "Oh my God, I'm sick of this shit." And that was one of their females. So that's why I've never made any distinction between the white man and the white bitch. You understand? Never. And I don't ever call white bitches, refer to them as women. I always say white bitch, because there is no white woman. The only woman is the African woman. A white woman is a white bitch. That's all she could be to me. So I'm consistent. Mental edge. You say the call alone should be enough to incriminate, but we all know how it goes. And as I said, I never heard a 911 dispatcher sound anything like that. Just not at all. It sounded very detached, unconcerned, and like almost like he was a friend of his or something, and they just need to act out this 911 call type thing. Truth Seeker, I appreciate that name. Uncensored, Unconcerned, Anjane. Make no mistake, whites know that black people are being murdered in these situations. Unfortunately, some black people are the only ones oblivious. Had a white child ended up dead in a black man's attic, we know what would have happened. This 911 call is off. Sounds like bad actors reading lines. Exactly. And yes, to that point. Damn it, this dog. Shut your ass up. I can't. But I can't hate the dog. I hate the dog owner. You understand? It's just like, I really can't be mad at children. I always hate the parents. Like, they need to be killed off. But again, we're not recreating these situations. Just like I've said to you, we need to have black police that are out killing white people under very suspicious circumstances. You got to test the fucking hand and show it. Oh, I thought I had a taser too. I thought it was a taser. I thought it was. Wow. Damn it. I'm so distraught. Yeah. And, you know, they're always happy to show up at anything that we're doing. So where's our testing? You know, the white bitch don't even got to die. Just beat the fuck out of her and be like, oh, somebody beat herself up at the party. We don't even know. It would have been a raid on that fucking party. But that's when you need to be ready for when they show up. So everybody in the party got to have heat and say, I dare you, bitch. Come up in here now. See what happened. You feel me? You got to have an or else. I'm sick of saying it. I'm sick of saying it. I'm sick of saying it. I showed you years ago, there was a Muslim brother, African. He and his wife were in the airport, and these white devils came up, approaching, and that was all fine. But the moment they laid hands on his wife, he beat the fuck out of both of them. That's a king. That's a man drawing a line saying, not right here. Not right here. He beat both their asses. I loved it. Oh, it gave me my entire everything that I need. Everything. Truth Seeker, you say also did not bother to send the ambulance. Yeah, as far as we don't have any inclination that they did that. I read that. And you say fake concern from Roland. Because he's a punk. It's just a story. That's all it is. He ain't gonna do shit. That's not even on the table. And I'm not somebody to subscribe to, well, two wrongs don't make a right. Bitch, get out of my face. Do it. Because you really in danger right now. You are suicidal. You are. Don't say that shit in my presence. Don't ever. Anjane, they hurried to embalm him without the mother's permission. I don't want these devils to touch me when I pass away. Don't touch me. We need to all have a will and testament against it. But they'll just raise money and then have some white demon funeral home take your shit. They'll harvest your organs and all the bullshit. I mean, we need total separation from these people, everybody. Total separation. Total. Just like Donald Trump stood up there. I played you the video. It's here on the channel. He goes, some people say I'm a nationalist. I guess I am a nationalist. I guess I don't know. He's at a rally. He's on. You know, he thinks he's a fucking comedian and the fucking messiah and everything else. And there he was. He'll ask a rhetorical question that nobody said, nobody asked, so that he can proclaim what he wants to say. Well, I'm a fucking separatist, bitch. I am a fucking separatist. Black folks everywhere need to be away from fucking white people. Period. That's how I feel about it. Sweet D, what the fuck is this nigga wearing? A Christmas tree ornament. I think it was Christmas when he did that. I think it was Christmas. It was 2 days ago, but I think it was Christmas. Pretty sure it was Christmas. That's to Red Aquarian, you say fascist. Yeah. Daryl Eiffel. You wasn't here. I don't think you was here the day I was wearing my Carolina, man. I was wearing my Carolina for you, homie. I was representing the spot. From say I had did that for me. I had did that and stuff. I had did that for me. I had did that. But a big shout out to you. Say evil is their tradition. It's their DNA. Shamar. Shout out to you. That's the Sweet D. Shamar crying emoji. Mamie. Roland. Been sold out. But he tries to act like he keeping it so black. You know, it kills me also every year at the BT Awards or the, you know, Essence side. We black up in here. We black. We keeping it black. And they all want to come out and say this shit. Until I walk into the room. Let me walk in. Let me walk in. Let me walk in. Let me walk in. They'll all hate me. They'll all hate me. They will all hate me because I call to account. I do that. I know that about me. Miss Christie. Big shout out to you, Queen. Miss Christie. Roland is a beta male. Mental Edge. Shout out to you. Every panel needs to show their black children these. Every black parent Jedi needs to show their black children these stories that happen far too often so that they acquire better social awareness. Exactly. And I've said this a million times. Thank you for that. Because my parents did that. They let me know. You understand? Listen, my violin teacher was a white bitch. Miss Hat. Ugh, where's my pledge? Wait. But there wasn't a black violin teacher. And Miss Hat was a very good violin teacher. So, but even I bring this because my parents, even once they had set up that this was going to be my violin teacher and my stepmother would drive me to her house, they let me know this is still a fucking white lady. Don't let her do this. Don't say this. Don't do that. I mean, they gave me a whole list of shit. You feel me? Like I was always up on game. Like I knew already. You feel me? And you're not arming your children with this. One of the reasons why I want to bring this Herschel Walker piece is because it illustrates exactly what I've said to you a million times. I said to you, and they're the perfect example. I said to you, how is it, Years ago, I did a piece called Sounding Black, trying to help you understand that there is an instrument that we have. We are an instrument. So that when you don't sound like that instrument, it's a fucking problem. It just is. You understand? But here it is. We have Herschel Walker, who sounds like the first slave, the first one. And then his son sounds like this. And he's very dainty, and everything's overpronounced. And are you serious? And oh my God. I'm just purging. But it's the perfect example. How does your kid sound like this? Why haven't you punched him in the neck and said, I don't talk like that. I'm your daddy and I don't talk like that. What are you doing? What is this? What is it? You see, but he's okay with everything because I've watched it in my own lifetime, everybody. I come from the class of whoop ass. Get your shit. Go get me a switch. I come from that. And I turned out to be an outstanding human being. But I watched it in my own life. The seduction. Where I began to hear black people. I don't spank my child. It was if you had spoken some language that was medieval, that no one had ever spoken. It was like that to me. It was that. What? Because the only people I knew that said that was white people. Nobody else. How are black people saying, I don't spank my kids? And now we see the result of you not spanking your damn kids. We see the result of it. We see the result of it. You see? And this is right up there with that. It's the same thing. This kid is dead and others. Because you didn't tell them these people are the devil. Here's all the list of shit. Since before you were born, you won't be able to read all this in your lifetime. And this has all happened up till the moment that I'm standing here and you are breathing. Stay away from these people. Do not befriend them. They are not for you and they always turn on you. That's it. That's it. That's it. There are no good ones. There aren't. There aren't. Because if there were, we would just see spontaneously white people just doing stuff that benefited us. We just wake up tomorrow and go, oh my God, somebody got reparations passed and we didn't do shit. Oh no, it was a white group that did. Oh really? They did that. Okay. Stay your shit over there. Appreciate, but stay your ass. You see. We never see it. So it's not honest. For all of their what's the Innocence Projects and any of these other organizations, even the organization, the bitch that was up there talking for Derontae's mother, for all of that, these are still evil people. Just by nature, they are evil. They are. I saw a video from some country in Africa where the white demons came walking towards this village, and this one little child was absolutely terrified and was crying and hugging, ran to his mother and was trying to get away. And I was like, that's natural. Because that's a child. It was spontaneous. That was his reaction to a white devil. And I do believe that children sense evil. They feel it. They feel energy. Because all they are when they're little is just energy. That's all they are. They're just energy, man. They're just energy. And what I benefit and enjoy from children, kids love me, man. They love me. Babies that are crying coo when you hand them to me. Wallah. Dogs that bark at other people, they come lick and lap on me. Years ago, I 2 apartments before this one, I was managing the property there. And the neighbors that lived at the far end of my building, they had these 2 little, like, not cockers, or chihuahuas. They were bad. At everybody. Just, I mean, sat your ass down. Like, and it was the worst. And there was, you could go down that walkway, or you could come out of my apartment and go this, and there was a central walkway that went out of the entrance. So this particular day, I think I was coming home from the mosque, and I just like, I'm over the little ass, let me just, because their gate was like the gates to, we had a front porch, like a front patio type. So it was a gate, but it was slotted like a gate. And so I just went up to the gate. First, when I came around the corner, they're with all their might. And I just went up there and stooped down and go, what is all this noise? And they just start licking me. And the demon came out. He goes, I can't believe that. I can't believe that. I didn't know what to even say to him. Plus, he was a demon. But that's just one example. Like, because they're energy and so are kids. You know, like, I will feel bad if a child cries around me. It must mean my energy is off. That's how I take it. My energy is off. Because they would know. They're just energy, man. They're just energy. But that's how this little kid reacted to this white devil. It gave me my entire existence. I had all my vitamins, all my vitamin D. I had it all. My bee pollen, all the shit. It jumped. Mimi, Moni. Shout out to you. I don't think I've seen your name ever. But thank you for being a new person and hopefully a new subscriber. Rallies, marching, conferences, organizations, etc. It's not going to do nothing whatsoever. Exactly. And we all know it. And I'll read your comment first. You say, stop hanging with them. And I would say again to women, we need you to start applying pressure. You gotta use your power, man. You know, women set the tone, whether you recognize it or know it or not. You do, and you can, and you have. And if we had more of our sisters, you know, like when your child is murdered, if you had that sister at home saying, no, you don't come back to this bitch until we have vengeance. He know he can't come home. Man, she said can't even come home, man. He's going to find a way to make some shit happen. Any brother's going to do that. So I'm trying to say, if as a whole our women would start demanding action from us, it would happen. It would happen. I mean, we need everything we can get. In the tea, kitchen and the tea. Shout out to you. Oh wait, that's my boy, Yusuf. Is that you? God damn it, I get to get the magnifying glass. Oops. That's you, man. What's up, Yusuf? Big shout out to you, brother. Big shout out to you, man. Wow. You say, Peace Jedi, was there an update on Derontae? No, that is the latest. Because, and I'm going to go back to it because I need to indict one of the people that's on the panel that Roland Martin throws it to after they have the discussion. But The white bitch was wanting there to be, that's why she was pleading, like, we can't just let this just go away. But that's the update, you know. And you go on to say, just woke up from a nap. Glad to see you. I'm glad to see you too, man. Like not just you, but I don't get a chance to really get to some people's channels, you know, because usually if I'm on YouTube, either I'm producing or I'm, you know, most of the time I'm watching stuff from Africa, you know. I'm leaving for Africa in November, Yusuf. I don't know if you knew this, but I just, man, I don't, I've said to you, I don't even know when I discovered you. It's years ago. Like, anyway, just, I enjoy you, man. Like, you just have a, um, um, I appreciate your fire. That's one of the main things I appreciate about you. And, you know, it's real. And your defiance, and, you know, but you're very engaging. But I'm just deeply honored that you are here. And you say they don't send out notifications. Still been sub for years. Yeah, and I'm sub to you, and we're in this. We're both shadow banned and all the bullshit. So, you know, the white man is the devil. Yeah, we're looking good on the likes. Thank you, D. Anjane, probably some devils on the stream, Jedi, that wouldn't hit the like button. Oh yeah, not a question. Not a question. But they won't dare say shit. You understand? I'm not the inclusive Negro. Not the inclusive Negro. Okay, it jumped. Big time. Mimi. That's the Black Beauty. And then you say exactly because the planet was all black before. Yusuf. Sick of what child, sick of what child, sick of them. Anjane, make sure the island is surrounded by vicious piranhas and sharks that will eat them in T-minus 2 seconds if they go into the water. Amen and glory. Glory. Ha, glory. As Aunt Esther used to say. I miss her so much. She was perfect. Fred, I'm not going to get mad at you today because the Lord has already shown me the deliverance. High glory. With that wig. And that bad makeup. She was everything, though. Oh my God. Allison, I didn't see what you said to me earlier. I was in and out. I was saying that I followed up on the Amazon thing you told me about. Miss Matthews, big shout out to you and thank you for the big heart. Mimi, Moni, I agree. Segregation was much better. It was. And I've always said the worst thing that happened to us after slavery was integration. Nobody else has done that. Every other group said, no, fuck your white ass, we're good. We're good. Because the natives would have been in the same position as us right now. You understand? The Japanese. I brought you even the King Leopold thing. And it's here on the channel. And I highlighted where they're talking about Christianity, how that was brought in and used, still being used. But not only did the Japanese say, no, not right here, but they banned that from their country. They would kill your ass if you were a fucking Christian, and on they went. Because they understood the anesthesia that is on your soul. You wouldn't have had Japanese kamikaze pilots if they had been fucking Christians. Just wouldn't have it. And I've done full pieces, long extended pieces, trying to help you understand your character and Christianity, how they are related, how that visits itself on your character, why, and how many times I said over the years, I said, bring me a Christian who speaks like me on social media and bring them before me. Go find them. Go find them. Just go find them. I'm sure they're out there, but alas, they're not. They're not. They're not. Did Dr. King speak like Malcolm? He didn't. What was the difference? What was the difference? Does Louis Farrakhan sound like, who's the fat fucker that's with Oprah? Fat dude with the gap. Him. Does he sound like Farrakhan? There's a whole different message from the Christian than the Muslim. That's a fact. That's just a fact. That's a fact. You get more out of someone who's an atheist than you get out of a Christian. Sadly. Yusuf, you say, hey, Miss. Oh, that's to Miss Matthews. Miss Matthews acknowledges. Yusuf, you say, Swollen Martin looks like Miss Juicy Baby. I love her though, not him. And he has no neck, so it's just face from the front, the back, and the side. Just face. Just face. Miss Matthews. No. Yeah, Miss Matthews. That's to Yusuf. Yusuf. Aw, Jedi. Pop up. Hopped. Pop up. Hopped over so fast. I don't know what I read, Yusuf. Miss Matthews, when... Let me get my magnifying glass. I can't see from here, y'all. I just can't do it. I tried now. I tried. Okay, that's a marker there. Okay. You say when Rowley was dancing with Hillary, we never looked at him the same. And when Dr. Umar was on his show one day, the other guy called him a liar. Umar shot back, you're a coon. And Rowley only chose to reprimand. I did a video about that. I don't know if it's on this channel. Might have been on my old channel. I did, because I defended Umar. I broke that down forensically. I went through it. Oh my God, it was a brilliant piece, if I say so my damn self. But Umar Johnson was ready for his bitch ass. Ready. Because, he's from one of these, Greek alphabet fucking organizations and shit. And you got to be very sketchy if black people are part of that shit. You do. Fraternities and shit. And, by the way, Miss Matthews, she's not Hillary on this channel. She is Sniper Fire. Okay. You go on and say, Jedi, they've made it illegal to spank your kids and even yell at them. Yet, white demons can... Something can batter them and kill them. Or no cops. Okay, Miss Matthews, I can't read Greek today. I can't do it. You're doing hieroglyphics and medieval Yiddish. I can't do it. I can't. I love you. You know that. Don't do this to me. Don't do it. I'll take another stab at your next comment. It's a complete mystery to many that reparations were paid to Jewish people with American tax dollars, yet that happened in Germany. Huh? So we asked in class, the teacher didn't know. Yusuf, you say smart child. Well, listen, I want to say this. When you were saying about making it illegal to spank your kids, fuck that. Because there was this big comedian, she's heavy set sister. Her name was Thea Vidal. When I was telling you, like, I've seen this happen in my own lifetime, I've seen the change. This also happened in that change, that arc. She was a stand-up comedian, and she had a joke about this. Jokes are only funny if they're relevant. And she said, you know, the other day my daughter came home and said, Mom, you know, at school today, because she got her white voice on her. She said, you know, Mom, at school today, they told us if you come and hit us with a belt, a switch, or an extension cord, we can call a toll-free 800 number, and they'll come and take you to jail. The audience is already dying. She waits till they simmer down. She puts her hand on her hip. She goes, I said, bitch, you got to make it to the phone. Who are you fucking with? I mean, it was just, that's how I feel about it. You feel me? Nobody's going to tell me what I do with my child. You feel me? You're not going to do that. And I'm coming from the class of kick ass and take names. You say, Miss Matthews, kids are great bullshit detectors. Indeed they are. Why the Khadijah reference? CJ Stevenson, ride or die. Shout out to you, my queen. Mimi, you say, I can't believe our people are dating, and many of them, and marrying them. CJ, Herschel, and that messy son. Oh, he's more than messy. Messy is, oh my God, I spilled water. This kid is a complete catastrophe, a total disaster. Bay Girl, what are your thoughts on Governor Gavin Newsom? He's my governor. He's a model. Apparently, he looks like he should be coming down the runway of like Tom Ford or somebody. You know, he's a white devil. So everything begins with that for me. It has to. He's done some good things here in California. We've had a surplus. I'm not benefiting from it, so not understanding the surplus. It probably because all the fucking money I have to pay to register my car every year. So there's that. I could see I'm the surplus. That's why there's a surplus. It's me. It's all me. It's just me. You know, but you know, I hope he doesn't run for president because you know, there's people that aren't satisfied with him, but I ain't really mad at him. So I need him to just stay here for now. You know, because we had that thing. Bruce Jenner tried to special primary him or something. They had a recall, and of course that failed. So we maintained him as our governor. Truth Seeker, laughing emoji or grinning emoji. Not understanding the colic reference, Miss Matthews, Red Aquarian, babies, children, and animals can sense the spirit of a person. I believe that. I believe it. I believe it. Yusuf, adults have to have enough common sense to separate and stay away from them first. Exactly. Don't take your child around these fucking devil-ass people. Miss Matthews, recall when medieval language, did a recap review of an old episode of something. I don't do acronyms. She brought up, I can't read it. Moving on. Ray Supreme. What does B? What about B? Propolis and royal jelly. I take capsules with all three, including bee pollen. I think you're making reference when I was saying I got my entire life or something, and I have all my vitamins. Maybe. Miss Matthews, yes, that's. Oh, that's to Yusef. Yusef, yes, love you, brother. Melanin 100, shout out to you. Blessing Jedi, I am team separation. We did better when separated. We had good health care, education, banking. We had everything. Whoever decided to integrate needs a left and right hook. We will set up. That would be your Dr. King. And those who followed and agreed with him. See, I would have been with the deacons for defense. Like, we're not about this bullshit. But more over, I would have been over with Malcolm and the crew. Miss Matthews, I can't even bring myself to click on any of Rolly's videos, no matter the title and thumbnail. I've gotten to that point too, Miss Matthews. I'm glad you said that. Because I have. Wallahi, it's the truth. And I don't know if I would have shared it until, or thought about it until you just said that right now. Yusef, thank you, fam. Fire's still burning too. And I appreciate your cooking videos too, Yusef. You are just all over the place, man. But when I opened up the stream, I don't know if you were here, but I opened up talking about. I don't know what I said because I speak from the heart. But like one of the things I also appreciate about you is just your authenticity, man. Like you just raw, real human being, and I love that. I love that. Sweet D, I don't understand why we wanted to be integrated with them after everything they did to our ancestors, because you had the fucking Christian church leading everything, and we believed that that was the way, and that you're gonna love them into righteousness and shit. You can't. Go stand out on the safari plane and have a fucking cheetah running at you at 5,000 miles an hour, or however the fuck they run, and just go, I'll just love it into it'll stop when it gets to me and lick me. I'll just love it into it. Ms. Matthews, Stockholm Syndrome. Dr. King said no violence. Malcolm X said defend yourself. He didn't just say defend yourself. He said when one of these devils puts their hands on you, you do your best to make sure they don't put their hands on anybody else. Appreciate the King. T.D. Jakes, thank you, Miss Matthews. Appreciate you. That's the name I was looking for. Yes. Who is a very profound speaker, really. You know? Like, if he would just talk about something else other than a bunch of Christian bullshit, he's a very moving speaker. I have to give it over for that. I have to give it over. He's so profound. So profound. T.D. Jakes. Wow. Mimi. Yes, Christianity is man-made. I watched a video how they started Christianity. Well, it's more than that. You know, just as African people, once you learn that something is not from you, you should be, but more than that, once you learn anything is from these demons, you should be over it. That would be enough. For me, that would be enough. Forget it. That would be enough. Because that's how I am anyway. That's enough. That's all I need. I don't need shit else. Don't need it. Anjane, he's an owl in an ascot. And a white man in a black man's body. I'm over it. Not the owl emoji, too. Hey, girl. You will probably yell and scream at me, but I haven't been a long-time subscriber of yours. I want to know, do you guys sag? Do guys sag their pants for some kind of homoerotic? I did a whole thing on this. Yes, Bay Girl. I'm convinced that this is why brothers do this. There's a small, there's different categories. There are a category of brothers that do it only because they've seen other brothers do it and they think they must do that. That's a small number. Then you have another group of brothers who I forgot the other category. But the main category is you got these brothers that are doing it. It is for a homoerotic thing. They're not doing it for women. Because I've spoken to women. I made it my business to go and talk to sisters and ask, what do you feel? I wish I would film stuff like this, man. But I'm just not one of these people that can come up to you with a camera. Let me talk to you. I haven't gotten to that. But I've talked to women and girls. And they've all said to me, they hate it. They hate it. They hate it. So men are doing it for other men, for other males. That's why they do it. And more telling is the ones that really get real decorative with their draws. You feel me? Like, I'm seeing draws that I didn't know existed, I would never fucking wear, and should not be on any male at all. You know, and then you have those ones that the pants are way too, and they're literally pushing it up so the butt looks even more pushed out and shit. It's like become the new cleavage and shit. Like it's a whole thing. But I wish that women would apply pressure, and I wish brothers would apply more pressure, because it don't take nothing to say. Because now it's so in the open. Now you just go to a brother and say, "Hey man, are you gay? You gay?" No man, I thought you was. My bad. I thought you. And fuck up their mind, because they get real fucked up. You feel me? Because they're carrying way too much masculinity anyway, the wrong idea of masculinity, so they get real fucked up. You just cut the circuit. All the lights go out. It happens. You know, when I had my retail store, I used to, there's me and my buddy Ruben, he'd come by my shop sometimes and just hang out. And so when we do this a lot, but this particular time, these two kids came in. Here they come, the fucking soldier boy type. And there they are, come sagging. Well, we'd already done this, so we Bonnie and Clyde on it. Now I'm like, we're going to get them, Ruben, let's do it. So we just like start hitting them like, yeah, man, your butt looking real good right now. Like, I really appreciate how you just fuck them up. They were scattered. Nobody has ever challenged them. You could see you just watch their face. It's a movie. Or when I'm in a store and I see the mother with her son, and I just go up to say, "How you doing, mommy? How you doing? Listen, why is your son? Why am I looking at his ass?" To 100%, they always say, "I've been telling him to pull his pants up, but you buying his stuff." I'm not understanding. So people aren't being challenged on anything, quite frankly. But what I know is when you take the time, and if you have the gumption, the wherewithal, the courage, if you will, because it's not courage for me, to just do it, boom, you realize it's never been addressed. They're just wandering through. It's being accepted. It's not being challenged. Nobody's critiquing it. It's all fine until I show up. And then it all changes. You see? So the short answer, I'm sorry about my lecture, bae girl, is that yes, it's homoerotic. Damn it. Because you could see 5 niggas get out of a car. They all sagging. Ain't no females nowhere. So who's it for? Who's it for? Who's it for? And sadly, some of the asses are bigger than our women. That's the other thing. Like, they're really working on their ass and shit. I can't. Miss Matthews, my apologies. No, it's fine, Miss Matthews. You know how I am. They has, can't read it. Thea, I think you meant had a show, Miss Matthews. Yeah, she did. The kid, Jason, played her son and some other people and some whatever. Yeah. Mimi, I agree with you, Sweet D. Sweet D, Herschel took too many hits to the head. Yes, he did. We're going to get to him. Yusuf, we are the surplus. Free labor of our ancestors and all. Exactly. And as I always say, we're leftover unwanted cargo in this bitch. Laugh out loud. Poor Jedi. So intelligent and can barely see. Love you, bro. I know. I can't see nothing, man. You had that magnifying glass forever. I can't do without it. And I got some glasses that Uncle gave me. I just don't know why I don't wear them. This is better, damn it. CJ Mendoza. Shout out to you, Queen. Jedi, what is your opinion on the CERN? White folks trying to be God. That would be a short answer. There is no time portal, everybody. This is right up there with the earth is a globe and Christ is your savior and the rest of it, the shit I could name. There is no portal. You know, they're like, and we don't know, we might be able to go into something and something could come through. Just like when they launched Hubble and they said we could see back in time. Really, bitch? What? I got some big eyes. Like my whole family. You feel me? I can't see the future or in the back. I can't see nothing in the past. I'm looking. I can't see it. So, but more importantly, you have to understand the true communication from the one that created you. And what the divine has said to us about space and time, this is in conflict with that. So by default, it's not valid. It's not valid. Now, can it be used for some energy? You know, like, because there's a lot of electricity in this or whatever the other shit that's with this. That's all fine. But don't give me portals into time and shit. Like, I just can't, we can't have that. Can't have it. Laugh out loud, not a cheetah. Miss Matthews, it derives from the prison system because they take their belts. Well, I was a corrections officer for 3.5 years, and before that I worked juvenile corrections for boys. And I can tell you that there was some of the gangsters that sagged, but not like this today. It was just like, I got some pictures of me somewhere here where, like, when I first started wearing Calvin Klein underwear, I would have it down so you could see the Calvin Klein label. You feel me? Because I just look good like that. I just did. But that aside, that's as far as it got, you know. And you only saw brothers sagging either to show their Ralph Lauren label, their what underwear did I just say? Because I don't wear them anymore. I just said it. Whatever. Just, you showed that. That was it. You know. And the gang members wore like really oversized stuff with a belt. So if they sagged, it was really because their pants were just kind of riding down. It was just a whole different thing. And in the prisons, it wasn't really that. You know, this is really a myth that it started in the prison system, because in prison, brothers come in real strapped up, like, don't show nothing, don't want anybody to get any vibes, keep it pushing. You know, unless you are, you know, you don't really get a belt because suicide and things like that. Then it came with how the state, whatever state you're in, how they fashion the state uniforms for the prisoners and things like that. But I'm just trying to say we're in a different nebula. This is ass advertisement. This is not sagging. It's almost insulting to sagging to call this sagging. This is ass advertisement. Men advertising their ass to other men. And they even pull the shirt up. Like, pull the shirt up. They keep the shirt pulled up so that the ass will be out. Like, it's on fucking purpose, dude. Like, they not even trying to act like, oh, my pants just kind of slid down. It was just kind of, no. Make sure you see my ass. It's another nebula. It's not sagging. It's ass advertisement. We just coined the phrase here today. I'll do the trademarking on Monday. My lawyers will come in on Wednesday and we'll finalize it. So that's what we're doing. My thing, are they aware of the quality of cleanliness with their draws? They actually are. These ass advertisers, oh, they have to have flowers and everything. Like, there's underwear that should not be for men that I'm seeing. And then what really kills me is if I see a brother and he's got like his little kids with him. They're at ass level to you or below ass level. So they're looking at your ass all day. And then you want to be astonished when your son comes home with his boyfriend one day. He probably saw his fat ass and loved it because he's looking at your fat ass all the fucking since he's been a toddler. I mean, it's just, I can't. I just completely lost the chat. Wait now. And the ones who aren't ass advertising, they just have on them dingy ass fucking boxers and shit. Like, those are the real dudes, you feel me? They not out trying to advertise no ass and the bullshit. You could tell the difference, trust me. Brothers know. Well, let me skip down here to Shamari. I'll come back, Miss Matthews. Calvin, Tommy Hilfiger. Did I say Calvin Klein? What was I wearing? Did I won't know till I watch this back now. Damn it. I used to wear those fucking underwear. Only because you could get them very cheap at Ross. That's the only reason. Remember, I'm a cheap dude. I don't buy expensive shit. I only bought them when I saw them at Ross, and I'm like, that's my draws. Just maybe TMI, I don't really wear draws all like that anyway, but that's something else. And that really, I'm not going to pass it up like that because I will say to brothers, you should either not wear underwear or wear underwear as least as possible. Because remember, underwear are really a construct of this white devil. Do you understand? Like, you don't need to wear no damn drawers. Damn it. You don't need to do that. You know, when you think about reproduction, when you think about the quality and the volume of your sperm, your testicles need to swing, bruh. They got to swing. And, you know, all that happens with your testicles, the sweat, the air, all of that, they need to be able to move. And you're not going to get that wearing fucking underwear. It's just not going to happen. If you wear boxers, okay, that's fine, you know. But you really don't see a lot of people wearing a lot of boxers now. Once they introduced the boxer brief, a lot of people went to that. You know, just, I mean, and brothers wearing all these tight suits and shit now and shit that I could never get into. But for your own physiology and reproductive well-being, you need to be over underwear. Be over it. Mimi, they call it climate change. Seems more like end times. Have you seen all the horrible weather conditions throughout the world? Yeah, it's hot as fuck everywhere. That's one of the issues. Fires, Shamari, ass advertisement, bingo. Miss Matthews, Lord, if they ever have to run, how? And that we see that. If you're trying to run, you can't run. Your chest can't run. You know what I'm saying? Your pants is down around your fucking ankles. Uh, Yusef, it be the cartoon boxer briefs for me. Booty just eating up SpongeBob. Ain't it the truth? That is the damn truth. That is gospel. Shamari, oh my god, this is funny, but truthful. Butt looks stanky. Get the likes up. Yeah, we got one person holding out. Thumbs up. You are all alone. Thumbs up. Thank you. All right. I want to come to our next thing. Let me get through at least a couple of yours, Ms. Matthews. I believe it was started to alter the natural circulation rhythm in the body, cause the envy our natural rhythm, and they envy our natural rhythm, and it can slow them down if they should have to run to escape. I also heard that somebody presented an argument to me at some point, I can't remember when or where, that they're going to have hip problems later because of this sagging. And then I don't know how some of them would keep their fucking pants up. You're like, how are they staying up? Because they're below your ass. Your ass is supposed to keep stuff up. How are you? I don't know. That should be studied. Yeah, Brandy was in Thea, huh? In the winter, doesn't get cold back there. Wallahi, the last time I went to New York, or not the last time, well, I don't know, because I took multiple modes of transportation that year, but at some point I was on the bus, and there was this white kid. It was snow on the ground, dude, and we would stop at rest stops or whatever, white teenager kid, sagging. It was in the snow. I'm like, dude, isn't your ass like freezing? Like I kept bringing it up because every time it's fucking snow on the ground. We're freezing out here. What are you doing? I mean, I'm over it. Exactly. Listen to the lyrics in the song God Complex by The Last Poets. Sweet D, you said these fools today got their entire behind hanging out. They really do. And it's also disrespectful because I see them around elders and grown people. You know, it's like, it's just disrespectful. And not only that, it's a lack of a level of sophistication. You don't know what that says about you. Like, people have already made a whole summation of you before you even open your mouth that may not even be true. I can't. Anjay, Jedi is a free baller. That's right. Let it hang, brother. Hey, guilty as charged, goddammit. Because I understand, you know? And I think that a lot of these brothers wearing these tidy ass damn underwear, they just don't have the gift. That's the only way it can make sense for me. Because I don't understand from a I don't understand how that's possible. Like, I don't understand that. How are you wearing that? How are you wearing that? How? You know, I've been here doing videos, you know, and I may get up to turn on the air, I go to the bathroom or something like that, and come back, I got a sack issue. You feel me? I gotta get up. I'll let y'all know, I'm having sack issues. Just gonna need a moment. Ms. Matthews giving the team as out a whole another dimension. Cold weather should mature as advertisers quick. It don't. Let's move to this now. Because I was going to do an article on Derontae. I don't think we need it now. I do want to go back and quickly indict. I've made the point. I'm hammering it like a dog now, but just a little bit. You just need to see this one dude just so that I made the point. Just very briefly. I almost don't want to do it because I want to go to the other thing. But I feel like I need to do this. Okay.
Cast in his right arm, dominant
Wait,
hand.
bitch, how about what? I just cued it, and then she's speaking again. Nah.
Else who had committed suicide in a
This
similar,
dude,
particularly that
Dr. Jason
particularly
Nichols.
that there was. I couldn't believe it. You know, I mean,
I couldn't believe it. That was his opening statement when Roland threw it to him. Hear how many times he says that while I turn on the air.
I read about the case, but I couldn't believe hearing, particularly that there was someone else who had committed suicide in a similar manner at this guy's house. I mean, that's literally the same, probability as getting struck by lightning 3 or 4 times. It just doesn't add up. And the fact that they had a protest in that town, which was, in that area of Missouri, which was home to a Ku Klux Klan member who was killed by his wife a couple of years ago. And one of the things that happened at one of the protests for Derontae was that people threw nooses at the protesters. So I think that when you take that all into account, you start to see why these charges aren't being filed. Why, the things like the embalming of the body and all these kinds of things. It just reminded me kind of Emmett Till, how they tried to bury him really quickly before the news got back to Chicago that he had been killed. I cannot fathom, I've been trying to think of another explanation, and I know that there were people at the party who said it was a suicide. Now, if I was 17 or so, and I'd seen or maybe been in an area where a young boy had been killed, maybe I would say it was suicide too.
He's also a Montel Jordan lookalike. Just saying. All right, don't. But the unbelief of it all is what's slaying me directly into the grave. But it was also a visual of another able-bodied black male, allegedly, who no anger, no passion, no fury. There was a sister on the panel too, and some fat dude. We don't need them. We're over it. But that's part of my rage, is that I feel alone in my rage. I don't see my rage echoed back to me from other black men who are not just angry, but determined as I am. I'm just not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. Let me find this pixie. He's a complete failure. In fact, as Donald Trump would say, somebody said they'd never seen a greater failure than this. They never saw it, and they never saw it, and they don't talk about it. They don't talk about it. They never saw it. They never saw it. They never saw it. And they never saw it. Damn. Black man brutally beaten and tased by Tennessee police on Janae. "19 minutes ago." Maybe I could search the channel. I'm trying to find. Well, I want to see Herschel Walker, but I also want to see his disaster of a son. There he was in Givenchy complaining. This clip will make you sick. I'm just getting out of the hospital after seeing this. I'm just recovering. It was touch and go. Well, this isn't the one I wanted, but I need you to hear how he speaks. So we'll start with this one. Let's play Weak Sleep.
All right, y'all. Herschel Walker's running for the...
Wait.
Up there.
By the way, I need to get my yearbook out. I went to school with a dude that looks just like Herschel Walker before I even knew who Herschel Walker was. And when I saw him, I thought, that's the dude I went to school with. And then I realized that's not him. He looks exactly like Herschel Walker. It's exactly like Herschel Walker. Exactly like him. It's him. Hear how Herschel Walker speaks. Like I say, he's the first slave. This is the first one. This was, before there was any slavery. This was the first one. It was Herschel.
Well, this was interesting though.
I'll step out of it, as Jerry Springer would say. I'll step out of it. I'll let you. I'll step out of it.
Started out, and then
Wait.
I something else I heard.
We have to have it all.
This
was interesting though.
Then Eve came, so said, "Let there be." Light.
Evolution.
Wait. Hear it now. I'll shut up. I'll step out of it.
Here, that means somebody up there had to say, "Let there be light." That the earth started, and then he had to put someone there on earth. Because remember, Adam was there. Remember, Adam came there, then Eve came. So somebody had to start it out. So that means there had to be a God. Because it didn't just some bomb blew up and it started out. And then I tell you something else I heard. And I think about this, because at one time, science said man came from apes. Did it not?
That's
when you go to the science.
Every time I read or hear that, I think to myself, you just didn't read the same Bible I did.
Well, this was interesting, though. If that is true, why are there still apes? Think about it.
You know, now you're getting too smart for it.
No. Think about this. We have an evolution that is, we've gotten so intelligent that if that is true, why are there still apes? And then the conception of a baby. Let me tell you, science can't do that. They still trying to do it. But it can't, because there has to be a God.
You can't hear anymore. You can't hear that without vomiting. And to be clear, that's my brother. I would love him if he loved us, but he don't. And I don't got no love for no African person that don't love us. Blackness is more than just your skin, but it should be an indicator. Like when somebody put out a black card, you go, they got money. You feel me? You see a sister with red bottoms, you go, ooh, that ain't Payless. There's an indicator. So, the fact that we are melanated, I always tell you the divine was not being decorative when he gave us this melanin in everybody. He was letting your dumb ass know you're different. You are something else. You are something else. You are. So when we see another melanated person, we know we share the same struggle, so that should be our commonality. That should be our language. That should be our tree, our Swahili, our Wolof. This should be it. But because of the whispering of these demons, we have offshoots. You see? And I don't know the term, but we have the likes of somebody like this dumb slave who really thinks he's bought everything that white people have said. I watched him sit up there with his gay son, which he's not for, otherwise wouldn't be, because he's a specific type of black man. I think he's from the Carolinas. I think he's from South Carolina, somewhere. I can't remember, Texas. I don't know. That just wouldn't go on. But there he sat with his thing when he wanted to do cheerleading. Because I felt I could fly, and gymnastics makes it, or cheerleading makes it like you could fly. And there he's out there trying to have the little blowout hair, like I told you about the bitch Stephanie I went to school with. Her hair was that long, but she was always trying to look like she was, oh my, he's that. And so why did you go do gymnastics then? Because they're kind of flying over in gymnastics. Like, they're flying over there. You feel me? But no, gymnastics, bitch. Or cheerleading. And there he was. With all he's the only spot out there, if you're going to call him a spot. His father is a dark-skinned black man who speaks like the first slave. You don't sound nothing like your daddy. That's a problem. That's a problem. Hold that audio in your brain of Herschel Walker, the first slave, speaking. The first one. Now, that's not the worst one. This will get us started. Ah, perfect, because you can see both of them together. This is perfect. This is perfect. So you can hear him speak, and then the son speak. And by the way, the son, wait. He used to have all this acne all over his skin. Now I guess he's had some work done, you know. He's had some dental work done, no doubt. Is this it? Haha. Perfect. Let's see this one first.
I wanted to ask about recent reports about your children that have just come.
Did I click on that one? I did. Now, the first slave. The first one. And we have the evidence. We have it. We have it.
Is people know that I support my kids more than anything. I love them to death. And if they call today, I'm running over to see them. And I've always have. And everyone know the whole.
He's aging well. He looks amazing. Strong black man. But not a strong black man. Not. Because a strong black man is more than physical stature. It means your mind is strong too. You understand? I'm not Herschel Walker's size. Damn it. I am an international model, but that's something else. That's off topic. I don't want to get into it. I can't get into it. I can't get into it. I wouldn't be allowed to get into that. They're telling me to move it along and wrap it up. But your mind is weak, so that makes you not strong. That makes you not a king.
Whole thing, the truth with the story, and that's what's so sad that they're putting my little kids at jeopardy. One of my sons that he wanted to be out in the public came out in the public and he talked a lot. And I have to have security for him. Right now they're putting my young one at
security for him.
risk as well. That's one thing I'm not going to do.
Will you bring them out on the campaign trail at any point?
I won't put them at jeopardy of being unhealthy. Right now, you've seen what's happening. You see what's happening with the Supreme Court justices, and right now, things are not safe to have people around because when people disagree with you, they seem to want to hurt you.
He uses a lot of words, but no, he's not, because you running for these white fucking racist ass white supremacists and having your pixie son standing up there doing sachet shante is not going to work on the campaign trail. Moving to other news tonight.
Weird how that works is completely...
Wait, I don't need JR. I need to get to his son. Hear this now. You just heard how the first slave sounds. The first one. The very first one. Now, that's her.
Having his 9th kid, meaning he has 2 women pregnant at the same time. Nick Cannon is everything wrong with men in America. Get home and raise your
Wait,
kid!
I just pulled something. I pulled something. All right, nurse. All right, bring ice. Wait now, you heard the first slave. Because they're not the only ones guilty of this.
Meaning he has 2 women pregnant at the same time.
Because this is how you do 2. Damn it, I just pulled... I dislocated something. I did.
Nick Cannon is everything wrong with men in America. Get home and raise your kids! Oh, so he's too busy banging women to take care of his current kids. He can't control his dingling. He's out hooking up with all these women, multiple women pregnant at the same time. What is this, his 5th, 6th baby mama? Get home and raise your kids and take care of the women you're knocking up. Can you control your thing for 3 seconds? I get it. You want to go bang everyone. Can you just stay home and raise your kids? Oh my God.
Oh my God! Wait, I can't bend, my fingers won't bend back that far. All right, I need a plastic surgeon. I have to do this. We can't get him, not till Monday. All right, fine. But this is apparently how I'm pulling something now. It's straining in my back too. It's pulling. I'm dislocating everything now. I slipped the disc. I can't do this.
Gosh!
And he won't touch his face because she's wearing makeup. Okay. And I'll just bring a receipt for that. Well, let's watch the tirade.
Oh, your thing!
Okay, that was the end of his little tirade. Now, let us bring the receipt to show that she has found Maybelline or whatever. Is that a makeup? That's a shampoo. No. Whatever. Just here's my receipt, damn it. Wait now, you just saw how she looked.
I don't like cheering out.
And here she is, boys and girls.
Who say football?
Damn it, Gail. There she is. Without makeup, there she is. You gotta sing it like these old white men who still think they can sing. They're always some Zionist Jew. There she is. There she, like, Sammy Davis Jr. used to do this shit. I never understood why Sammy Davis Jr. was supposed to be such an amazing singer. Like, I sound better than Sammy Davis Jr. Just, I can't. But there she is, everybody. There she is. She's a cheerleader. That's the receipt. All the acne. That's why she was doing all of this. He wouldn't touch his face. Notice what's in front of you, my people. Notice what's in front of you. Now, we have one other thing we want to show from the First Lady. Because apparently, he is having delusions of grandeur. And he is going around the earth proclaiming that he was an FBI agent, and he took a tour of the Quantico facility. I've been to Quantico, Virginia, I know. He took a tour, and that made him an agent. By the way, one of my nephews is buried up in Quantico. Where is it? And by the way, that thing was also on Mark Lamont Hill. Mark Lamont Hill is just a butt sucker, dude. That's all he is. When I first saw Mark Lamont Hill, I thought he had it. He don't have it. He don't have it. Because this is also to illustrate that Herschel Walker, you saw it a little bit in that one where he was talking about apes, which he should stay away from that subject, just saying. But he suddenly thinks he's like professor de everything, you know. He's very professorial. You saw he was like he's a professional speaker now. He's dean of students at Princeton and all. And this is that. He's doing the same thing. It's one thing to walk back and forth when you're doing public speaking. This is too much. Where is it now? Is this the one? You know I was an agent, but y'all don't want to know nothing about that. Really? Because you weren't either. I mean, he's a complete failure, dude. Is this the one? That's not the one.
I work for the. No.
Switch. Hear this now. And notice all the movement. Because he's a professor of academia now, and he has it all.
I work for the Port Law Enforcement. Y'all didn't know that either, did you? I spent time at Quantico at the FBI training schools. Y'all didn't know.
Just the fact that they have to put subtitles under you when you're speaking means you sound like the first slave. Just saying.
I work for the Port Law Enforcement. Y'all didn't know that either, did you? I spent time at.
And he's mastered this. I know something you don't know, grin. Don't you hate people that do that? I don't care who it is, even if it's somebody I like. Don't give me the I know something you don't know grin. It sends me. It sends me. And this is that. Notice the I know something you don't know grin.
I work for the Port Law Enforcement. Y'all didn't know that either, did you?
Y'all know that either, did you?
I spent time.
Because somebody told him, flash that smile, Herschel. I can hear the white handlers. I've seen these people, dude. I'm telling you.
Quantico at the FBI training schools. Y'all didn't know I was an agent. I probably shouldn't tell y'all that. Y'all don't care.
Because you only toured the facility. Not understand. We'll just see it again.
I work for the Port Law Enforcement. Y'all didn't know that either, did you? I spent time at Quantico at the FBI training schools. Y'all didn't know I was an agent. I probably shouldn't tell y'all that. Y'all don't care.
All right.
Y'all don't care about that. Y'all don't care about them kids that I got that I haven't told nobody about, that I hadn't claimed. Y'all don't care nothing about that.
One of my many. I took off on 183.
Look at the walking. Wait. We have to get
got
it
into David, one of my many. I
Wait.
took him.
Wait.
Watch that.
This also speaks to the Christian thing. How it takes the heart right out of you. I tell you, the church is where your soul goes to die. That's where it goes. You go to the church, your soul dies. All right, here we go.
So I grabbed my gun. I said, I will kill him.
Wait.
Herschel Walker won the Heisman Trophy. I'm going to kill him.
Oh.
I got in David, one of my many. I took
Herschel Walker. He's got to mention the Heisman Trophy because that's his only fucking stock in trade. He has not shit else. I think he was trying to sell some chicken or something. I don't know. Anyways, it's all sketchy. But the fact of the matter is he won the Heisman Trophy like 40 years ago. We'll just see. We'll just see. Let's ask the white bitch. We gonna ask. Oh, haha. That brings me to another subject I was supposed to bring you because of something I said to you before. Don't use that one, Jedi. Ooh, stay away from it. I need to prove something. I need to interject this before we even go on. Hold on. When did Herschel Walker win the Heisman Trophy? $1982, bitch. So I'll just get my trusty calculator out. That'd be 40 years ago. 40 years ago. 40 years ago. Herschel Walker had Herschel Walker had Trophy. Most of those people in the audience probably know. Damn it. Wait. And notice the professorial walking. You feel me? Because he's a lecturer of academia now. He's a lecturer of academia. He knows it all.
Kill him. Herschel Walker won the Heisman Trophy. I'm going to kill him.
Herschel Walker.
I got in David, one of my many. I took off in 183.
I don't know what a David is. I got my David, one of many. I don't know if he's bragging about a car. The Jedi doesn't have this knowledge.
David, one of my many. I took off in 183. And I can still remember the voice of Herschel. People been disrespecting you all the time. People always doing stuff to you. You never done nothing to nobody. And all of a sudden, this other voice of Herschel, your parents enraged you. You're sleeping? No, they didn't. Yes, they did. I thought I was losing my mind. As I got closer and closer to where I was going to meet this guy, I started to pray. I said, Lord, I need some help right now. I said, I need you to help me. I said, I'm about to do something stupid right now. I need you to help me right now. I remember getting to this where I was going to meet him at. I got out of my car and I put my hand on my gun. As I was walking to this truck, before I could see the guy, I saw the sign on the back of his truck that said, honk if you love Jesus. And that's what calmed me down.
I'll have to have Valium. Nothing else will do it. All right, we're out of Valium. All right, I can't do this. I can't. That's what calmed me down. Because they can slather that on in the Christian church. And Jesus, I can't even say it like they say it. I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it. This was not part of our roster today, everybody, but I have to share this because I've said this to you. So I have to do my jurisprudence to bring this now. And I had saved it on my phone. I didn't put it in my notes. And when I went to go and do that search right now, I seen it. I'm like, oh no, I have to do that right now. I have to. We're going to come to other stuff, but I need to go to this. Oh, no. Remember I told you over the years when I've spoken about these Zionist people who are not the Semitic Jews. Again, anyone can go and pick up Torah and follow the law and follow the tenets of Judaism, that's all fine. That does not make you Semitic. Damn it. But I said to you, when I was on one of my mini tirades, I said, don't you understand that when you turn 18, they just send you to Israel. They just send you to Israel. You just go to Israel. You get a free trip to Israel. Well, here's my receipt. Birthright trips. A rite of passage for many Jews. This is from 2019. A free trip to Israel. Start your journey. Birthright Israel. Free trip to Israel. I'm not really sure which one to click on first. Not just a free trip. American Jews demand birthright. We'll start with this. Not just a free trip. American Jews demand birthright. Tell the truth about the occupation. That, I know what that's insinuating. I don't want to go that deep. I just want to deal with the fact that they go. Okay, let's go back. We'll start with this first one. New York Times. A good Zionist entity. The New York Times. Okay, they want stuff. They can kiss my entire ass. That ain't it. But that's part of it. What is birthright and why is it so controversial? Everything you should know before deciding whether or not to join the free 10-day trip to the illegal Zionist state. Like military recruits and bake sales, the Birthright Israel table has become a staple on college campuses throughout the world, but particularly in America. Are you Jewish? Question mark. The student behind the table may ask you as you walk by. The poster below them reads, more than just a free trip to Israel. Some return from their birthright trips glowing, boasting of the sights they've seen and their newfound connection to a home away from home. Others return skeptical of their 10 days in a foreign place, feeling that their introduction to the country is missing pieces. No matter their individual reaction to the trip, Birthright Israel is increasingly polarizing on college campuses. But why? And I don't think I need any more than that right now. We'll revisit this later, but I want to just say this. Because one of the reasons why I spoke about this before is because, A, it's some bullshit, and they also do it to try and keep the numbers up, you see, of the amount of people that are there, and so they can continue to expand their settlements, you know. But I also said it in context of also questioning, why don't we have this then? Because somebody's paying for that. You turn 18, you just get a fucking free trip to Israel. They're there on the college campuses recruiting you and asking you if you're fucking Jewish and shit. Well, you don't have to ask me if I'm African. You can look at my black ass and know. You feel me? And I think it should be a rite of passage that every African child should go to a country in Africa when they turn 18. And the U.S. government should pay for it. Because they're paying for these trips. Israel's not paying for it. This is part of the billions of dollars they give to this fucking illegal, occupational ass, terroristic ass entity every fucking year. But you can't get a reparation check, bitch. Don't ask for it. Don't ask. You're not allowed. I had to get that in, but I want to revisit it in more detail. You know, at a different time. I just want to move on now to get to my other topics so we can begin to land. But I will say I can show you better than I can tell you. And I've mentioned that forever. I never pulled a piece for it. Oh, damn it. Well, this is a new development. Ricki Martin's nephew drops allegations of sexual relationship. Judge ends temporary restraining order. So my timing is perfect because I've not talked about this since I knew about it. Partly because I know it's a developing story. It turned into something else, and then now it's turned into something else. So this is the latest. This is 21st July. Ricki Martin's nephew drops the allegations, and the judge gets rid of the restraining order. So now, let's increase, go away. A judge on Thursday decided to not extend a temporary restraining order placed against Ricki Martin this month by his nephew after the relative dropped the case. At a virtual court hearing, the nephew voluntarily desisted, end quote, from moving forward and said he no longer needed the protection order, a court spokesperson told NBC News. The order, which was set to expire Thursday, was granted 1st July under Puerto Rico's Domestic Violence Prevention and Intervention Law, also known as Act 54, after the nephew alleged he sustained a romantic relationship with Martin for 7 months and now fears for his safety, according to the documents obtained by Telemundo and shared with NBC. The judge made the decision after a court hearing that was not open to the public or the press, since cases brought forward under the Act 54 are considered civil and confidential to protect the identity of the person coming forward with the allegation. Martin, his nephew, attended the hearing virtually, according to the court spokesperson. A lawyer for Ricki told NBC News Wednesday that the singer was prepared to, quote, directly address the judgment at the hearing, end quote, and deny he had any romantic or sexual relationship with his nephew. Ricki was also going to challenge accusations that he stalked and harassed his nephew, the lawyer said. In the protection order filed this month, the nephew also accused Ricki of calling him frequently and hanging around his residence on at least 3 occasions after they, quote, separated 2 months ago, end quote. Marty Singer, one of Ricki's attorneys, previously said that the person who made this claim is struggling with deep mental, emotional health challenges. Ricki Martin has, of course, never been and would never be involved in any kind of sexual or romantic relationship with his nephew. In a Facebook live stream this month, Eric Martin, one of the singer's half-brothers, also said the allegations were made by a nephew who suffers from mental health problems. I think we don't need any more. We're good. Yeah, we're good. I also didn't really come to this because I really don't believe it. You know, although there is a lot of incest that goes on in the Latino community. Just saying. There's a lot of incest. there's a lot of incest. But I don't believe it because Ricki Martin is also a father. But more than that, one of my gifts is I think we all have it, but everybody doesn't use it. And, I feel like I'm pretty good at reading people, and I noted. My first exposure to Ricki Martin, I didn't know who he was on Earth until he did the Grammys. And entertainment is my middle name. And as soon as I saw him, I'm like, that's the dude. This is when they were having the whole Latin explosion. Gloria Estefan was having a renaissance. Shakira was on the scene. Christina Aguilera was doing, and now it was Ricki. And Jimmy Smits was a big thing on TV or in movies. I mean, there was just all this Latino explosion, J-Lo was doing her thing. And so he came at that time, and he was very, how he conducted himself. First of all, the song, when he did La Copa de la Vida, The Cup of Life, and murdered it. But then when he accepted the Grammy, I mean, he's somebody that's in a real spiritual place. Like, he's very earth, sand, sun, moon, yoga, Pilates type. He really is that. He's a very calm spirit, Ricki Martin. And so when I heard this, I just went, this is the behavior of a savage, It's just, I don't know him personally. He's not having me over for dinner. That's fine. He does owe me $10. I don't want to get into it. But I would put my money that, nah, he's not guilty of that. Just not guilty. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. I don't need to. Wait, that's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, I don't believe it. I never believed it. He's also an international star. You don't need to prey on your nephew. He's not just international, but he's also an attractive man. So, some things one and one have to make two, Like, I never understand, like, these NBA, like when Kobe Bryant got busted for rape of the white bitch who wanted it and whatever. That's something else. You got money. Shit like this ain't supposed to happen simply because you have the money to control it. And I just don't feel sorry for people who have money when you do shit that poor people do. Like, get out my face. Wait. Nah. You want to tell me that Ricki Martin was some fat, overweight, failed singer, and this was happening, maybe we need to look at some lawyers, but he's still youthful. He's women love him. He's gay, but women love him. Men love him. He has, good-looking people kind of have their pick of humanity in some way, he joins that fraternity, really. So I just never believed this. You know, he's got 2 little sons. I don't know what the state of affairs is between him and his, I don't think they got married, him and his dude, I'll just say that. But, yeah, I don't believe it. Just sing La Copa de la Vida and I'm good. I also want to let you know, oh wait, I did that. But you should also hear La Copa de la Vida if you've never heard it. Like, they only sold you Living La Vida Loca. Fuck that. That's not the song. It's not. Damn it. It's La Copa de la Vida, the cup of life. Um, dun, 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 dun. Yeah, the cup of life. This is the one. I know it better in Spanish. Now is the time. Don't never stop. Push it along. Gotta be strong. Push it along. Right to the top. Como caía ver. Es un poquito cruel. Tienes que pelear por una estrella. Consigue con uno la copa del amor. Para sobrevivir y luchar por ella. Luchar por ella. Do you really want it? Go, go, go. Here we go. Ale, ale, ale. Go, go, go. Ale, ale, ale. It's tight, man. I'm telling you. He did that at the Grammys. That was his coming out song that we were like, oh my God, who was this dude he murdered? And then the next day they gave us Living La Vida Loca. And I'm still mad about it. And my lawyers are involved. I can't talk about it. I also needed you to know that as it relates to also the issue of oppression, that the House passed the gay marriage bullshit. I'm not even mad. It's just that where's our fucking bill? Where is it? Every time we turn around, the fucking Chinese get a fucking ruling and a check. And the fucking gay people get a ruling and probably a check. And other people, we're not getting anything. And it's time we stormed the fucking Congressional Black Caucus and their houses and everything else and say, bitch, where's our ruling? Where is it? I brought you the record of John Lewis. He never introduced a bill the entire time his lazy ass sat up there on the goddamn hill. And he was the conscience of the Congress. I can't. We're not getting anything. And here you are in a pandemic, if you believe that. There's inflation. The fucking country's on fire. There's all the shit going on. But we can pass gay marriage in the House. So no matter what's going on, they can do this, but nothing for us. This is why we have to speak with one voice, and we have to say that we reject it completely. You understand? Just to get attention our way. The more of us that are seen in public, I support it, it's fine with me. We can't do that. If you feel that, that's fine. But don't say that. You see? If you want something you never had, you gotta do shit you never did, everybody. I say this like it's a broken damn record. Because it's the truth. You know? We know gay people. We love them. That's all fine. But the fact of the matter is we're losing ground. And everybody is tiptoeing past us and getting shit that we're not getting. And we're the main ones who are due anything. And this was just another slap in the face. Now, will it pass the Senate? I don't know. Wonder if Joe Manchin voted for it. He's in the House. No. Is he a congressman or is he a senator? He's a senator, right? Joe Manchin's bitch ass. Is he in the Senate? Whatever. Just wonder if he voted for it. I won't get to that. Oh, this. Did he send me a link? Ronaldo made me aware of this. Oh yeah, I made a note. The Washington Post. Washington Post, there it is. That's it. Allahu Akbar. This is from 18th July. A deadly virus was just identified in Ghana, bitch. What to know about Marburg? So this was also because of everything else that's gone wrong with me going to Ghana, so that now that I'm going to Gambia, there's this also. Ronaldo Wynn sent me this. Ronaldo. Epidemiologist Luke somebody sprays disinfectant on scientists Jonathan Towner and Brian Aman in Queen Elizabeth National Park, Uganda in 2018. Scientists were researching how bats transmit the Marburg virus to humans. But we've lived in Africa for many hundreds of millions of thousands, well, at least hundreds of thousands of years. And the bats were there with us, but not until this white devil shows up did we suddenly start catching stuff allegedly from bats, bitch. So not understanding. But after the coronavirus pandemic and the rise of monkeypox cases, news of another virus from white demons can trigger nerves globally. The highly infectious Marburg virus, Marburg, sounds Zionist, has been reported in West Africa, in the West African country of Ghana this week, according to the World Health Organization. Two unrelated people died after testing positive for Marburg in the southern Ashanti region of the country. Why would you tell us they're unrelated? Why does that matter? The White Health Organization said Sunday, confirming lab results from Ghana's health service. The highly infectious disease is similar to Ebola and has no vaccine. I'm sure Bill Gates is on the case as I speak. Health officials in the country say they are working to isolate health officials are working closely to isolate close contacts and mitigate the spread of the virus. And the White Health Organization is marshaling resources and sending specialists to the country to spread more sickness and illness along with this Marburg shit that they introduced. But it doesn't say that. Health authorities have responded swiftly, getting a head start preparing for a possible outbreak. This is good because without immediate and decisive action, Marburg can easily get out of hand, said the White People Director for Africa, who's actually an African person. Fatality rates from the disease, who's snowed by the fucking white devil. Fatality rates from the disease can reach nearly 90%, according to white people. Here's what we know about the virus. No, here's how what we designed it to do is what it should say. Marburg is a rare but highly infectious viral hemorrhaging fever that would only show up in Africa and is in the same family as Ebola, a better known virus that we made sure the world knew about that was also our creation that has plagued West Africa for years. The Marburg virus is a, quote, genetically unique zoonotic RNA virus of the filovirus family, according to the Centers for Disease Control that white people oversee and spread their poison and evil. The 6 species of Ebola virus are the only other known members of this fucking virus family. Fatality rates range from 24% to 88%, according to the white people, depending on the virus strains and how much we release into the environment and how many of our white asses can get onto the continent. Marburg has probably been transmitted to people from African fruit. Really, bitch? Africans grow their own shit. Well, it's probably been transmitted by African fruit. I mean, you just can't have that African fruit. You have to watch out. Here, we'll import fruit to you. That's GMO. From African fruit bats as a result of prolonged exposure from people working in mines and caves that have Rosetta's bat colonies. It is not an airborne disease. The white man is the devil, is what it should say right in the middle of this fucking page. Once someone is infected, the virus can spread easily between humans throughout direct contact with the bodily fluids of infected people, such as blood, saliva, and urine. They didn't mention saliva. I mean, they didn't mention sperm. Very curious. But they said can be in direct contact with bodily fluids of infected people, such as blood, saliva, and urine. So where's the semen? As well as on surfaces and materials. Well, how would it be on surfaces and materials when it's not airborne? So how would it get on surfaces and materials? Not understanding. I'll have to buy a valve. I didn't want to do it because I just didn't want to break the bank, but I'm going to have to buy that valve. I'll have to do it. You can't get around it. Relatives and health workers remain most vulnerable alongside patients. Yeah. If you've given them the poison, anybody around them is in danger. This is not brilliant. And bodies can remain contagious at burial. Fuck it, I'm over it. Where has Marburg been detected? Where white people have fucking put it. That's the answer. We don't need to know the symptoms. We're over it. Can it be treated? They already said there's no vaccine. Anything else to know? Just that the white man's the devil. What else? That's it. We're done. These people are the very virus upon all of humanity. All right, we'll end with your comments. I should run this first. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. Well, what time are we at? Yeah, I don't need it. All right, let's come to you. And we'll land this ship. What was the last thing I read? I don't think I have everything here. I read that. I read that. Bay Girl. I know a lot of black men who complain about black women twerking a lot. Rapper Megan Thee Stallion does it a lot. What are your thoughts? The bitch needs to die. It's too much of that. Her and who's the other chick? Lizzo. Gotta go. Gotta go. Find something else to do. You know, they're not unattractive women. We don't have unattractive people. So do something else. Use your beauty and your influence for something like other than this typical shit. I don't want to see your ass twerk. I already seen 80 bitches twerk before I seen you. You not special. That only works on men, at least on me, if I ain't seen it. I seen it. It's old. I seen the movie. I'm done. But every chick get out there like she the only one. You not. You not special. You could be. So go do something make you special. I read that. I read those. Ms. Matthews, twerking activates Kundalini, especially if you do it well. Well, do yoga or do some jumping jacks. I'm over it. There's many other ways that we know of the Kundalini that did not involve twerking. You go on. You say, who would choose to go somewhere to someone else's home to kill themselves? And in the upper levels of the home, warped, makes no sense. But they sell us this. They'll tell the niggers anything. They're not going to do anything. So just tell them anything. They'll just be mad anyway. Until you smash their fucking house. These people have to be in danger. Do you understand what I'm telling you? This case is lending Jeffrey Dahmer tease. Actually, wasn't there another case, Ed Buck, where black men were found dead in his house? Let me look it up. Did he get away with that? I only know about Dahmer. I don't know about anybody else in that regard. I thought it was the 25-year-old baby. I thought it was that 25-year-old baby where it's reported they went to his house over traffic violations, a civil matter, and they beat him as if it were a criminal case. Excuse me. The late Paul Mooney once told us that when he got invited to white people's house for parties, he left before sundown. They'd be like, Paul, why are you leaving so early? He'd reply, you motherfuckers are drinking, and I don't do white folk at night in their homes. I'm gonna skip. Anjanae, this was in Oakland, Tennessee, a rural area in Tennessee. So he was probably terrified. There is an article on New York Post I just read. It says they chased him into the house, leaving a lot of info out. This is the first I heard of this. I just happen to see, I don't know any details or anything. But again, that can happen because we're not doing a fucking thing, man. I'm over it. I'm over it. Righteous Indignation. Good evening to you and a big shout out. Just got in the house. Jedi is live. What a perfect nightcap. It's going to be a cap, my sister, because I am landing 8, 9, 10, 11, 41 on the East Coast. Yeah, we got about 15 minutes. You go on. You say, Jedi, white is not a color. Literally and figuratively, but an attitude. So some blacks walk around as white supremacists mentally. I totally accept that. White is just evil, is what it is. I have to interject that. Sweet D, he's so flaming that his ass is on fire. And it's like, why do you have to be all of that? Like, because to me it's a double thing. He's not just, fine, you're gay, but you have to be all of that, and you're also white. So it's a few things, you feel me? I can't. Anjane, well, not surprised since he has a white wife. Those type of black men are more often than not emasculated. That's the truth. Or emasculated. That's the truth. And I actually have a picture of his bitch for a wife. And I don't know if I transferred it to my PC or not, but I did in anticipation of me covering this. I have a picture of this bitch. So here is it on my phone. Let me see if it's on here. There the bitch is. Let me just, so that everybody has seen who the fuck she is. She looks like Witch's Brew, of course. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. I need S for screenshots. There the bitch is. Open. This is the Witch's Brew. I'm over it. That's the bitch. Shamari, oh wow. Miss Matthews, though in Chinese astrology the monkey is touted as very intelligent, lauded, yet they call us that as a slur. They seem to want to keep our mind on monkey and apes. It's puzzling. Well, I default to Paul Mooney. He said, take a good look at a monkey. A monkey got straight hair. Take a good look at a monkey. A monkey got light eyes. Take a good look at a monkey. A monkey got a thin nose. Take a good look at a monkey. A monkey got thin lips. Take a good look at a monkey. I mean, he builds it and he kills the audience dead. They can't even breathe when he's done, man. Rahim of Allah. Anjane, do all gay men have the same personality now? What happens to being gay and still conducting yourself like a man? Must they be eccentric and so over the top all the damn time? That's what gets on your fucking nerves, dude. Like, cause that's, you not born with that shit. That's behavioral. We can get to desire and the bullshit. That's something else. This is behavioral. And what I know for sure is that you're supposed to sound, walk, and act and talk like your parents and your siblings. That's what you do. You feel me? I'm a grown-ass man. As many a time, most of the time, I'm watching my work back, and oh my God, it's my dad. Oh my God, it's my brother. Oh my God, I can't. Oh, that's my sister Jamila. Never. I mean, I do things like them. I talk like them. We the same people. So any deviation from that is something else. And that was the perfect example to bring for you. Here you have Herschel Walker, who sounds like the first slave. We do have the paperwork from the first slave ship. His name is on that manifesto. Well, you heard the evidence. We have it. So you heard it. We have it. So he was, but he is the first slave, and then your son sounds like that. Even if your mama is the Wicked Witch of the West, white bitch, you still should sound like your father. You just should. You just should. And when you don't, your father's supposed to smack your ass and go, what the fuck is that? You know, I had a, I don't know what year it was, y'all, but I was very grown when I had this revelation. You know, when I was very young, I couldn't have been in more than 8 or 9, maybe 10 if I push it, and with the right lighting. But my father snapped at me. They must have got me some new tennis shoes. They wasn't anything fancy, I can promise you that. But I got some new tennis shoes, and I wrote my name on it. And my father, take that shit off your damn shoes. It was so harsh, and I was like, the fuck? I didn't say that, because I would be dead right now, and you would never have known me. So that happened. But I never understood why he just was so harsh about it. I ain't do shit. I wrote my name on my shoe. Somewhere in life, it hit me. He saw that as feminine. That's the only thing I could come up with. Because I feel like I must have got it from somewhere. I grew up very sheltered, so I don't know where I would have even gotten the idea. You know, it wasn't like I would have all these friends and freedom and shit. So I don't know where but that's the only thing I could come up with. Just that was something that was he just didn't see that boys do. So what the fuck is that? And he was calling me on it. But I mention that because that's what you're supposed to do. You know? Like, I watched an elephant give birth. It's an event. But the baby wasn't moving when it dropped out. This elephant was struggling. And when the baby finally dropped out, it wasn't moving. And this mother kicked that baby all over everything, trying to get it to breathe. You could tell she was in a state of panic, too. It was very beautiful to watch. Profound. And, wow. But I use that because that's what you're supposed to do to your kids. You're supposed to kick them around figuratively and literally if you need to kick their ass around, goddamn. But you got to kick your kids around. You're supposed to knock them into shape, you know. And part of that is you're supposed to, especially your sons, you're supposed to be checking their ass. You feel me? Because what they don't know, you know. They may not know yet. Like, I ain't know. I was just writing my name on my shoe. But my father knew something I didn't know. So he was kicking me. You understand? That's how you raise a man, a king, a boy. Let me get through these now. Oh, there I was. Bay Girl. Jedi, I would love to see you debate a Jew that thinks they're an original Semite. Make it happen because they have never been challenged. Well, they won't debate me, you know. I used to put out, I'd like for any of these Hebrew Israelite people to come and speak to me when I had my old channel. You know, certain people are just not going to approach me because they've seen that by watching me, they know they don't have the intellectual firepower to stand up to all I need to present is the truth. I don't have shit else. I don't have any bag of tricks. There's no magic act. All you need is the truth. That's all you need. In anything in life, you know. So they won't come here. And they definitely wouldn't do it because I wish I was Nick Cannon, you know, because and by the way, this little bastard fuck fairy was just talking about Nick Cannon. That's whose name he was screaming out. Nick Cannon takes care of his fucking kids. Herschel Walker is denying children, bitch. So you need to set your little fruity ass back in the fucking trunk someplace and die and rot. It just dawned on me. But Nick Cannon, I wish I was him when he got into the big scandal because that never would have happened to me. It never would have happened. They would not have come for me. Because as soon as they scream their canned line of anti-Semitism, first thing I'm going to scream is, show me you're Semitic. Show me your... I'm not into your feelings of, we're injured and we're so... Fuck you. Prove your claim, bitch. Prove it. You say I'm anti-something. That means you must be that. Show me your receipt. You don't have it. And it would have been over. Whoopi Goldberg, same thing. It would have been over. But they're ignorant. They're also in love with a coin and their material shit. So principle doesn't matter to them, nor does the truth. I'm over it. Satina, good evening and a shout out to you. Sorry it took me forever to get to your name. I'm going to skip some of these. Anjane, yeah, Herschel, you definitely an agent. Yeah, I mean, badge carrying. Ooh, watch out for Herschel. He'll get you. Ooh, Satina, I believe Herschel's son is biracial. No. And I'm putting my foot down on that today. I've been over this issue a million times over the years, but there is no biracial. There isn't. There is no biracial. There is only black children who have been given birth to by white women. That's it. Ain't no biracial. I just decided that. There is no biracial. Because your heart can't be in two places, and you can't either. You are this or that. Allah gives us the moon and the sun. There is no in between. There's the heaven and the earth. There is man, there is woman. There is no biracial. Done. I'm sure he says he's biracial. If he even claims it. He probably just, my mom's white. And it probably comes with, damn it, I pulled something. Damn it. I'm going to be in the hospital after this. I'm pulling everything. Sweet D, definitely an agent. Because we know agents when we see them. Damn it, we know. I'm going to come down and work up. Anjane. Or Sweet D. Ed Buck was another devil that lured black men to his house and killed him. I probably know that and don't know that I know it. I'll look it up. Anjane. So they're going to keep releasing viruses to put the vaccine in everyone and kill off the population. No doubt black people more than others, of course. Sweet D, these black folks get in office and don't do nothing for us. That's why we got to stop their black ass from getting in office. And when they get in office, we got to stop the ass from going to the office. I mean that shit. No puns intended. Righteous indignation concerning Ricki Martin. You can be good looking but still sick or perverted. That's true. Not saying he is necessarily guilty, but looks and perks have nothing to do with foul behavior. That's 100% true. It's not in conflict with with the claim I'm making at all. Both things are valid and stand strong. Sweet D, these devils are always cooking up something in their labs. How is it already a vet for it? There isn't. That's the one thing they said, but that's just preliminarily. Because I'm sure if we read it in 2 days, suddenly there's a vaccine. Look, oh my God, thank God we're going to save Ghana because Allison, monkeypox is now being considered a serious emergency by the World Health Organization. This will be worse than corona. They can kiss my ass. Anjane, Jedi, did you hear the Iranian and I got your text. Jedi, did you hear the Iranian president advise that he will apply force of if the U.S. doesn't back off? He said Iran will never concede. Biden doesn't want them to have nuclear weapons. Might be war. Fuck that, because the only bitches that have ever used a nuclear weapon is fucking white people. Now they want to run around the earth telling everybody, you can't have nuclear weapons. Kiss my entire ass. But what I know about the Islamic Republic of Iran is they not going to play, because they're Muslims. And we fear only Allah. That's it. There's no man or anything else we're going to fear. That's just not it. It's not happening. So, since we've been alive, they've been talking about Iran. But they're not going to do shit. Because Iran will annihilate their shit. Just like I'm telling you about this white devil. When we show that we will annihilate their shit, all this will be over. White people fuck with you when you don't show resistance. Because they're nothing but cowards. Every single one of them. Man, woman, and unborn evil-ass child. That's the Miss Matthews. Bay girl. Pete. Bastard butt. Always have to know something that you don't. Doesn't he? Oh, you're so right. Damn it. That's the perfect person to cite, Bay girl. I cannot even stand you for bringing that up. It's so true. Damn it. Damn it. Truth. That's everything. Allahu Akbar. So, let us land. The wheels are down. Flight attendants are in their seats. The wheels are on the runway. Today's Saturday. I don't know that we'll be together tomorrow, you all. You know, if I get a wild herring, then we could be. You know, I don't really have a busy schedule over the weekends anyway. But more than that, you know, my days are filled in my free time with learning everything I can learn about Gambia, and you know, I'm not waiting until November. I'm preparing as if I'm leaving tomorrow, you know. So that's what I mostly fill up my time with, you know. Just hours on end of learning and reading and watching everything I can learn about this country, and immersing myself and imagining myself in it, you know. So if we can be together tomorrow, we will be, if it's the will of Allah. If not, then it'll be next week or something like this. That's, I think, probably the most accurate thing I could say. I do want to say to all of the new names that were here tonight, I thank you all for coming. Hopefully you'll subscribe to the channel if you want to stick with the Jedi. To my ride or dies, to my constant followers, I acknowledge and thank all of you so much for your interest and your participation. I appreciate you. And, you know, I just leave you with just the understanding that we're the ones we're waiting on, everybody. We are the ones we're waiting on. And you're going to have to reconcile, whether you like it or not, that our state, your state of being in this nation goes through a violent door. A violent and bloody door. Because that's the only way you're going to make a statement to white people to leave you the fuck alone. That's it. And that will also scare these buck dancing Negroes, because you're going to have to show them some hot iron too. As I say, we need to have them in fear of us. Whatever they're doing, or no matter what part they play in the society, if they just work at fucking McDonald's, they should be in fear of their people at all times. You know, like I have respect for, you know, back in the day when you used to have these crack lords who used to lock down a fucking neighborhood. They run everything in the neighborhood. Nah, because we work in here. You know, it was some bullshit, but I appreciate the principle of it. That can be used, you see, for something good. And that's essentially what we need. You know, we need that sort of locking down of our people in a way that they understand that the majority of us are serious and we are willing to cause great harm to you if you don't do the shit, if you keep doing the shit that's detrimental to us. So this is what you're going to do. Well, we're going to have a consequence for your black ass. So a Herschel Walker, when they say, Herschel, we'd love for you to run for the Republican ticket, he run with his fucking, trying to pull up his pants and put his shoes on at the same time, running for fear, because we could come and take him out. That's the day I want to see, because that's what it's going to take, because they're sucking minds every single day, you know. Every time you turn around, you got somebody popping up with that bullshit. How you gonna speak or be for anything that's exactly against your fucking people? I don't like, that's deserving of death. 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 And I hate to make another gang reference, but goddammit, their principles are solid. You go against their ass, they come for your shit. And they shoot up your mama house. I ain't mad. You don't turn turncoat. They keep their folks in line. Your loyalty is here, and there it shall stay, or you're gonna have a problem. That's what we need. That's what we need. We don't understand the concept of honor and dishonor. You see, you have whole Asian cultures and African cultures, certain things they don't do because it could bring shame to their family. It would be dishonorable to their people. Just that's the reason. I love that. Love that. Love that. There was some, it probably was a Nigerian movie, because I love to watch Nigerian movies. And what was the son? Something, the father said to the son, do not bring dishonor to your mother. And he held his head in shame like, fuck, I can't. Like, that's the king, that's your father telling you don't bring dishonor to your mother. The womb of life, the cradle of your being, your mother. Don't bring dishonor to her. That's principles. You understand? That's the shit you want to live by. That's what matters, man. And we don't have that. And every day we're buying into some new disobedience being sold to us by this white devil. Instead of holding firm as a people, saying, no, We as a people, we don't do that. That's you over there. We don't have to take part of that. We don't do that. So sorry. You know, it's no different than when you're a kid and all the other kids are outside playing, and they come to the door and say, "Can so and so come outside and play?" So and so can't play right now. You know, they can't. Boom. It stops there. You don't get to encroach on that. But see, we're in a society where white people feel like they can encroach on your shit. We say no, bitch. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. You know. So you're never going to have what it is that we need as a people in order to just have peace until you are ready to destroy the enemy of our people, because they're destroying us every single day. I'll leave it there, right on the hour. Well, I'm actually 8 minutes over. But thanks to the East Coast and anybody across the ocean that's watching me tonight, especially to you guys, and then also to the rest of the country. It's a little earlier for the rest of us. But I do love you guys all, and for those of you who came late, do watch the replay. Not just on this stream, but any stream. I only present myself to you if I feel that I have something that can be of value to you, you know, to whisper to your life in some way. It's to your benefit to do that for you. So I leave it here. I love you guys all, and I will see you soon. This is the Jedi.